Okay, so we have the green bars, we have the live counter sticking up, so it should now be live, which of course means welcome back to the Storytime Network. We are here with the video games of 2024 stream.
Not at all sponsored by or related to the Game Awards.
Somehow, every year.
Yeah, every year we do it at the same fucking time. I don't know how we do it.
Jeff Keighley knows, man.
Like, very funnily, like,
he apparently has
do it on different days.
Yeah, he apparently has access to our fucking schedule doc, because he just...
That's why Jeff Keighley wanted them to wrap up the speeches last year, because he wanted to watch the streams in between.
Anyway, yes, we've got a full quartet here tonight, talking about various games that are both from this year and not from this year, because, you know, certainly I have not played a massive amount from this year, so I'd like to add a little bit more.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know what my Steam played list looks like, but if I go by hours, then probably FF14 is.
I kind of wish Steam did like a Steam Wrapped.
I think it does.
It should have done it by now, though.
Yeah, it hasn't done it yet, because it does have a year in review thing, but it's currently the 2023 one, which I didn't notice the first time I clicked on it this year, so I was like, huh, I don't remember playing these games this year. But yes, let's get started with the first game on our list, which is 1000 Times Resist.
Oh boy. 1000 Times Resist.
Again, you are cutting out once again.
God damn it.
My man's is underwater.
God. I feel like you would actually really like 1000.
Me?
Pitch it to me then.
Okay. So, let me kind of give like the brief overview first. Okay. 1000 Resist is the most artsy indie game from publisher Fellow Traveler, developer Sunset Visitor. Oh boy. You open on a young person with blue hair, killing a person in black clothing, and it's not necessarily like horror, it's thriller. And ultimately the story is you are retracing the trauma of one singular person, the course of their life, and you are functionally someone like from thousands of years after the end.
I looked it up on Steam, very cyberpunk.
Yes. Your character's name is Watcher. Your duty is serving the All-Mother. So, like, very religious, very kind of...
Ah, yes, mommy issues.
Oh, so bad. And, like...
Just like me, FRFR. I mean, what?
You start the game with essentially saying goodbye to a really close friend as they leave to graduate, quote unquote, and realize that they betrayed him or something. You're not.
So it's about Hololive.
And then kind of start exploring what is it that they like? What is it that the trauma is? And you follow kind of the history and story of the All-Mother, as they go through a disease, alien invasion, but ultimately this one singular betrayal that has echoed through generations. I can't say more than that because I'm actually not finished with it, but art style's really cool. Gameplay is actually fun. It's kind of it's like not a platformer, but it is a platformer. Are talking to a lot of people, and you also do like time shift between like different moments in time, because your role is to watch. I really can't say more than that because like the story's really cool, and I don't want to spoil it. But it's very cool. I feel like it's right up your alley, Fuzzy.
It does sound like it. Though, I may find myself having an existential breakdown at 4 a.m. if I do choose to play it, so, you know.
Oh, it's a fellow traveler. You're going... It's from the same people who published Citizens.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to do that during reading week, or I won't be right for the rest of the semester.
No, this is you play this when you are not expected to be a functioning human being at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, this, like, in indie game spaces, this is the game that people thought, like, feel like guts. That's kind of like how cult classic and cult following it has.
So what you're saying is, it's mouth-washing, but it didn't explode as much.
Kinda, yeah.
Because I feel like this and mouth-washing occupy very similar niches.
Yeah, it's the exact same person.
Wait, is it the same person or the same...
No, like, same vibe.
Ah, I see, yeah. No, because, like, I definitely gel with the art and aesthetic and general vibe of this more than mouthwashing. But, yeah, it's definitely one I could check out.
You have to, it's, like, very specific, though. Like, I wouldn't recommend this to, say, I don't know, like, a sports bro. Like, this is not the game I would recommend to someone like that.
Of course, that was implied.
So, like, it's a game so specific in its taste that, like, it's not shocking it doesn't have wide appeal, but it's so, like, it's so designed that, like, it is shocking that it doesn't have wider appeal. You know what I mean?
I see, so this is one of those games that makes you think, oh, you can make art with gameplay, huh?
Yeah, no, this is art as game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get you. I mean, you sold me on it.
Like, Bill and Kaido, I don't think this is not a game that I feel like would be up your alleys. Would look at it and go, maybe, but I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of all I wanted. I wanted to make sure I said my piece. Like,
well, you know, I'm familiar with. I know this might not be up Mill's alley because Mill spends so much time being existential in his own head that he doesn't really have much room for
outward
this sort of thing.
existentialism, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Kaido, what's your take?
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see something of it to know what to feel about it.
hold on, let me see if I can pull up the trailer. Send it to you. It's just
But yeah.
so, it's like, oh, good. I just like, there's not a lot. I don't know, like, it's a game that you almost have to play yourself to understand why it's going to be one of those games people talk about for a while.
Right.
Especially in very specific. That I just wanted to make sure I said my
Yeah.
deserves to have its name mentioned.
Yeah. Alright, then let's move on to the next. Well, it's 3 games in one. It is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy.
Apollo Justice, my beloved.
Truly the most Dick Grayson of Ace Attorney characters.
He's actually my favourite character.
He's great.
I just wish that they didn't give him a backstory in every single game.
They really did. They really did.
I think after Dual Destinies, they should have stopped. And even
Now,
Dual
out of
Destinies felt
curiosity-
like enough.
How many legal errors does he commit per minute?
Actually ends up as a... I can't... Oh, Bill, are you going to play the rest of this?
I mean, yeah, at some point. Well,
Okay, but I won't say too much, but... Like, Apollo Justice, the first game of the Apollo Justice trilogy, is real good in, like, introducing old Phoenix, Trucy, giving us, like, a really fun new young attorney. Arguably my favorite prosecutor.
Clavier, my beloved.
I mean,
Truly,
I think
Clavier,
the thing with
Clavier was
best
always
thing
an interesting one because he was the first, like, prosecutor who seemed like he actually gave a shit about, you know, the, about getting it right rather than winning.
I think it just helps that he's also like, he doesn't have that, how do I describe it? He doesn't have that negative relationship, or at least initial negative relationship that Phoenix does with his various prosecutor rivals, you know. Him and Edgeworth, you know, eventually become, you know,
Lovers.
the series' main ship. But, you know, and, you know, there's him and Francesca, who, you know, still is, not nice to him. But, I mean, she's better than she was at the beginning.
then there's Godot.
Yeah. But, and, you know, I think it's a really fun dynamic. Especially because, like, they're both... Phoenix and Miles were young anyway, but, like, it feels like there's more of an... I don't want to say it's more of an equal playing field between the two of them. But, I don't know, I feel like the dynamic's just very engaging and very fun compared to the ones Phoenix has had. Not to say that those aren't good, it just feels more fun, I would say. And, you know, have you beaten it, Mil?
No, I don't... Did we finish the first game again?
We're still in the last cave.
We're still in the last case, Christ, okay.
It is a long case.
Yeah.
It is a long case, but it's a good case.
I would even say Apollo Justice has the best first case in the entire franchise.
First case or last case?
First case.
Yes.
Last case, I don't know. I do like the last case of Apollo Justice, but
The
there are
first
some
case is so good.
The first case is heat.
I might argue that the first case of Dual Destiny is also.
I would, but I'm not a big Dual Destiny. I'm actually not a big fan of the two 3DS games.
I can
Or at
understand
least
that.
I don't know. I love Athena Sykes. I don't like the game she's in.
That's fair.
And there are parts I like about them, but as a standalone game, I really like Apollo Justice. I think a big thing about it is the art style. I love how the sprites look in Apollo Justice. They all feel really clean.
Yeah, no, I feel that.
Especially because it was made on DS rather than
Yeah.
But
3DS.
yeah. Well, not even that. Just like the original trilogy, and that because they were originally GBA games. But it's the same reason why I like Investigations as well, because I love the art, the character styles in that, just with the art. Again, I just really like how clean they look. Whereas I feel like the original trilogy remastered don't look the best.
Yeah.
To me, anyway.
I mean, there's something to be said about the roughness of some of the of the designs in the original.
Yeah.
There's a few things that I wish they changed, or kept low res. But
I mean,
Lemroir's whole thing is fun. Apollo's a great character.
Definitely.
My
I also
biggest
think. Sorry, go ahead.
complaint is that in Dual Destiny and Spirit of Justice, which is the third game in the Apollo Justice trilogy, kind of character development for Phoenix.
Definitely.
Because people were pissed about not playing as Phoenix.
Yeah,
I mean that was a mistake.
It's kind of a thing with Capcom. They love introducing a new protagonist partway into the franchise, and then people not liking them to the point where Capcom's like, "Oh, we should stop."
They don't let them cook.
I feel like Devil May Cry's been the only one where they've succeeded with that, though. But the newer main character has come into his own, because Nero and Devil May Cry 5 and feels really good. Whereas Apollo just again, yeah, because they wanted Phoenix to be the main character.
To be fair, Nero was pretty hated when DMC4 came out, and people only liked DMC4 as much as they did because of how good the game as a whole was, and it took, almost 20 years to give Nero his arc?
I think people came around more to Nero because of how bad the remake was.
Yeah.
In 5, yes. In 4 4 was pre-remake, so...
Well, no, I mean as in, the remake Dante. How bad he was. I think people...
No, that's what I mean, is
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, in DMC5, people were like, thank God we have proper DMC again after the remake that shall not be spoken of. But in DMC4, it was polarizing.
I think it'd be really funny, though, if, Ace Attorney eventually did it so they had a crossover. So, just have Phoenix, why not? Let's just have one last game where it is Phoenix, and then get rid of him. But, have him defend other Capcom protagonists.
Plot twist?
Let him defend Virgil for the events of DMC5.
No, let's not. No.
Let him defend Albert Wesker.
Oh, okay, but plot twist? Phoenix's last case is him defending his own murderer. Allegedly.
Ghost Trick? Ghost...
Oh yeah, true. Ghost Trick. I still need to get that.
It's so...
I mean, because I played it years ago, but just not since it's come out again.
Ghost Trick is my favorite Ace Attorney game.
Isn't it based in the same setting?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's so good. But we're not here to talk about that. I will say, while Apollo Justice has my favorite prosecutor, Ace Attorney like Dual Destinies has my favorite both mechanic. So like I don't like Magatama. I did not like Apologists. Tell it was very thematic. I didn't like it. But and then I don't know what Spirit of Justice is.
I will say of Apollo Justice as well, I love the music in it. I think it has some of the best court music consistently.
Oh, Spirit of Dual Destinies has my favorite detective.
But yeah, I love the theme when Apollo corners someone.
Oh, it's so good.
I think
It's so hard.
yeah, I do love Apollo Justice. Again, I will. It's not consistently. It is iffy. I will admit, but I still love it all the
Case
same.
3 is rough as hell.
I'd even say Case 2's a bit.
I mean,
not fun.
watching Bill and Jack try to struggle their way through the Lamboir case was painful for me.
So, as someone who doesn't have too much investment in the series as a whole, what do you think was the reason behind there being much fewer naturally occurring memes out of the Apollo Justice franchise as
Probably 'cause
opposed to
people didn't like it.
People hate. Lizzie, you don't understand. People hated Apollo.
The problem was in Japan, Apollo Justice was just called Ace Attorney 4, and so when you young Japanese person buying their fourth installment of their favorite court case visual novel, who's this fucking weird guy in red and like with the weird hair? And then it's like, wait, Phoenix is a hobo? Wait, I'm not playing as him? And it's like
he's a dad?
I mean, I feel like I actually think that was probably the only positive thing that came from that franchise in terms of the fandom's reception. But yeah, people really didn't like Apollo Justice as a character and the game, which is why they massively backpedaled on this for the next two.
Meanwhile, Hideo Kojima is just cackling menacingly from the other room.
I would argue that instead of referencing Nero and Dante, it's more close to Raiden.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I was referencing. Is like he did get away with it. People I feel like Metal Gear Solid 2 had the same fake out or a similar fake out, but somehow Kojima got away with it.
Also, of the mind. I don't know. I was just. Apollo Justice is a good game. It's gonna get rehabilitated. It's that kind of game. In the very much like how the Star Wars prequels have been rehabilitated, much like how Raiden has been rehabilitated, is being rehabilitated. Twilight has been. God.
I'm sorry, what? You had me until that last one.
Oh, there are some people in the world, Fuzzy.
Unfortunately, that is the case, yes, Pete. There are people in the world.
What did you say, sorry? Because Gen was really unhearable for me.
Oh, I was saying that Apollo Justice is going to get rehabilitated the way Star Wars prequels have, Raiden has, and then I said Twilight.
Right, okay.
Anyway, we should probably move on to the next game, which is a fucking sensation that I barely heard about. It is Balatro.
Alright, so show your hours.
I haven't even added it to my wish list.
I barely know what it is.
Am I the only one in this call who's sunk like 400 hours into Balatro?
Hold on.
Again, you're not
Hello?
coming in very clearly at all. You...
Let me check on Switch.
So
Oh,
basically,
yeah,
it's
and you're a
like a
Switch player?
deck build. Have you ever played Slay the Spire, Mel?
No.
Hello?
Have
Can
you
guys hear
seen
me?
Slay the Spire?
Mill's not a roguelike person.
Not
Have
especially.
you seen gameplay of Slay the Spire?
No, Mill.
Have you?
It's poker, but there's also Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Right.
So,
But like not.
Balatro is, what if poker was a roguelike?
Okay.
Look,
Also-
it's very simple. You play poker, and also you get jokers that add modifiers. That's it. That's really all it is.
Okay.
It's a game of how big can number go high.
Right.
Yeah. Because you can get to the point where it's like to the power when it comes to numbers. Like it can go into like E. And like you can just break the numerical score.
Yeah, you get scientific notation because it can't go that high.
Well, it can go that high. It just can't display that many numbers on a screen.
No. But yeah, I've seen gameplay of it and it does look very fun. I've only heard good things about it.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, I've not heard anything bad about it, really.
I want
because
to get it. I'm just more... I know it's not going to go anywhere, and I know, with the kind of game it is, I will probably still be able to have a conversation with people about it.
Hmm.
I don't think it's going to be that kind of game where it'll drop out of conversations.
They're releasing a physical playing card deck.
Oh.
I mean, they did that for Slay the Spire too, so makes sense. So Slay the Spire was proof of concept. Now, would you like to know exactly how popular this game is?
How
What,
popular
Balatro?
is it?
So, there is a certain Venn diagram. That Venn diagram is 3 circles, where one circle, and this is usually the circle that doesn't overlap because it's the smallest circle, is popularity of X product. The second one is... The second circle is autism/ADHD hyperfixation on a very specific topic. It's actually 4 circles. The second circle is the hyperfixation circle. The third circle is art skill. And the fourth circle is horniness.
Yeah, of course.
And Balatro is the unique indie game where it has overlapped the 4 circles in such a way that someone spent God knows how long making it horny.
Mm.
No, you're being dismissive, but I don't think you understand just how big of an achievement this is.
There are
There
no
are-
characters.
There are no characters in the game. There's only the Jokers, and the Jokers, there's like 264 of them, and some MFer sat down.
One
And
talked.
made-
Only one of them talked.
Yes, some autistic ADHD MFer, and I say that with all the love, decided they were going to sit down and draw horny art of 264 playing cards and then do the coding and programming necessary to have them all show up in game. Do you have any idea the sheer amount of work and effort that would take?
I mean, I have a vague idea. I obviously don't have any experience.
The equivalent of someone took Twilight, wrote a fan fiction, and then made a multi-billion-dollar movie.
Essentially, they basically put in, on the art asset side, put in basically as much work, if not more, than the developer side of the game. They basically remade the art of the game from scratch for the sole purpose of horniness. And that, if that doesn't speak to its popularity, that it had a large enough player base that it managed to catch someone who is both a skilled artist, has a hyperfixation, and also is very horny. That is an incredibly rare thing, and to this date, the only other games that have managed to do that are the likes of Skyrim.
And that's more because Skyrim is such a fucking sandbox of a game for mods.
Yes, essentially. But like, okay, to give a similar example in the indie space, another game where that happened was Stardew Valley. And you can't really count Stardew Valley because it wasn't just one dude. Right?
Yeah.
Stardew Valley has an entire host, an entire community based around being horny. Balatro,
yeah.
One dude. Yes, again?
I mean, Stardew Valley also has the benefit of being the Dragon Age bisexuals.
Yes, of
which
course.
we will talk about. But Balatro is just roguelike poker. That's all it is. It's exactly what it says on the tin. Made by someone who, I believe, has set on record they hate poker.
Yeah. Didn't he, like, just make it for a bit? Like, he just made it as a meme, and then it was like...
Well, okay. People are gonna not necessarily agree with this, but it was, in fact... This is one of those cases where it may have been a Northern Lion Patient Zero situation.
I don't know what that means.
Northern Lion is a streamer who...
I know who he is, but I don't understand the context.
So, there's more than one game that exploded in popularity after he was the only person streaming it. For a while.
Kind of like how MatPat made FNAF what it is.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, I forgot about the Sisyphus simulator.
Well, it's not just Sisyphus. SAP, which still has a viewing on Twitch, used to be literally just... It's literally emoji auto-battlers. And my man's was the only one playing it for about a year, and then suddenly it exploded in popularity.
Yeah, Balatro's wild.
It's a very fun game as well. Though I will say, I'm not just going to gush about Balatro. I also can never decide whether to pronounce it Balatro or Balatro.
Pick up Balatro.
You can do both.
Yep.
But I will say, it is a game where, yes, it's a choose your own difficulty sort of thing, but there's probably a non-zero portion of the population who have the completionist itch, who may just not have the sort of brain required to do a completionist run of Balatro.
Well, this game is mean as hell.
Yeah,
This game
it
is
gets hard at higher difficulties. Like, to the point where you are going to have to, if you think a certain way, you just might not be able to clear the higher difficulties. Again?
Yeah. No, I'm still stuck on Green Nancy.
Yeah, green steak is kind of a wall for a lot of people.
My brain just don't work like that.
Meanwhile, other people are doing no malt gold steak runs.
God help them. They. It's just like finding out people do like randomized input Elden Ring runs on Bongo or something.
Which I'm sure
Same
has happened. Same energy, yes.
But Balatro is also one of the few indie games to break containment.
Yes, it's one of those games where it's interesting that this is the game that the Game Awards chose to.
It's the dark horse that may actually end up winning.
I don't think it's going to win because the Game Awards is an award show through and through, which means it has all of the same issues as other award shows. But it's very interesting to me that they chose Balatro to be their first real. Like, is this their first indie Gotti nom?
No, there's been others. Hold on. But we should move on. All
Yes,
that to
we
say,
should probably.
Balatro is fucking. It's real good.
Alright, let's move on then to the first game that is properly one that I can talk about. It is Contraband Police. So I found this game watching clips of somebody play it on, I think it was like fucking YouTube Shorts. And honestly, it scratches the same itch as Papers, Please, but there's more gameplay to it. You actually get to, you get to run around, you can get some gunfights, and you can drive around. But it is,
I was gonna say it's the 3D one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know what this is.
Yeah, it is essentially very similar to Papers, Please. Just, I would argue, more of a game than Papers, Please.
Well, I wouldn't even say that. I would say that if it's what would happen if Papers, Please had decided to go all in on the gameplay as opposed to being a more hybrid narrative gameplay experience.
Yeah. And there is a story to Contraband Police. You can choose to be on the side of the rebels or on the side of the authoritarian government, which, why would... Yeah.
Well, as we've seen, a lot of people...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We laugh, we don't cry.
But, it's an enjoyable enough sort of, I would argue it's a more chill time than Papers, Please, because there isn't quite as much sort of pressure to get things, to not only get things right, but get things right quickly.
But, like, how much existential ennui is there?
I haven't played it for a while. I think a not insignificant amount. But yeah, no, I like Contraband Police. I should probably get back to playing it because it's another one of those games that I can play with the sound quite low and be able to have a video on my other screen, which I always appreciate when I've got a game like that. But But yeah,
So you're saying it's a Yap Stream game?
it could be, to be honest. Yeah, it very well could be.
We can try that at some point.
Yeah. But yeah, let's move on to the one I think certainly Gen and I have been waiting for the last few weeks at least. Because let's move on to Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
I have a feeling this is going to be most of the podcast.
This is going to be a long time, yeah. This is going to take us to the hour mark at least.
May I say my piece before you guys start gushing?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I actually do have something to say regarding. Yeah, go ahead.
Kato, if you want to say your piece as somebody who's still in the early portion of the game before Gen and I go deep into spoilers, go ahead as well.
I'm going to use the toilet after I say my piece.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So, but Fuzzy can go first.
So I am speaking as someone who has played Inquisition.
Only Inquisition?
Not only Inquisition, Origins as well. I never played Dragon Age 2.
Why not?
Damn, you played Peak and then played the worst game in the series.
I think I've never owned Dragon Age 2. I got Origins when it was on sale, and I'm pretty sure Inquisition was free at some point on something. So I never owned Dragon Age 2. So as someone who has experienced Dragon Age Inquisition, and the fact that, at least in a big part of the marketing, this was like sort of the direct sequel to Inquisition, how would you respond to the people who are upset that it wasn't just like the Inquisitor as protagonist? Especially considering how like
I honestly don't mind it, especially considering it would have been so difficult to do. If they were able to get the game out maybe 2 years afterwards, then maybe they could have done it, but the gameplay is so different now that it would have been impossible to make the Inquisitor the protagonist. Not to mention, you've got to think, the way the protagonists in Dragon Age games are built, it's very hard to then bring them into another game without them feeling completely broken.
Well, also, the main character of Origins can die.
That's the other thing as well.
Like, Awakening is designed around the fact that it can be played with an entirely new character, if you want.
And I mean, like, Fuzzy, to your point, like, when the Inquisition came out, there were people that were mad that it wasn't Hawk. Like, Hawk wasn't, right? Like,
yeah.
I can understand. So,
to be
like,
honest, I think there were probably people angry at fucking 2 that it wasn't the Warden. And that they chose to take the game from, you know, the setting that we'd known and grown to love, that shithole that is Ferelden, to this completely new shithole.
I love my backwater Barbari place.
I am of the opinion that Dragon Age having different protagonists of each game is the thing that makes it stand out compared to Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Because I like that because it's not Mass Effect, which is a game where they can just go to outer space, they can just fly in a ship, go to Tuchanka, then go to the Citadel, and then go to fucking wherever. Because it has to abide by, you know, more conventional means of travelling. It's more interesting being able to be like, okay, Hawk is in Kirkwall, he doesn't really have any means to get really far outside of Kirkwall. Now we have to build and design this area to have a game's worth of content in. You know, Ferelden, for the most part, is pretty threadbare. You've got like Redcliffe and the fucking, what's it called? Where you meet Oghren, Orzammar.
Orzammar.
Which is basically like a fifth at minimum of the game.
Hmm.
I mean, compare level of tech too, right? Like, Ferelden is wholeheartedly Middle Ages, while Tavenger's like got the neon sign. Has
Okay,
laser turrets.
I do see your points here. Overall, I would say that the only I think the biggest difference here, I guess, with those cases is I don't think any of those games were
Quite as direct
party
sequels, yeah.
Yes, major party member, like literally unlosable party member. Isn't Solus one of the 3 party members who literally cannot
Solus,
leave? Regardless
Cassandra,
of
and
what you do?
Varric are the only
Yes.
3
So-
that can never leave because I mean, BioWare games have always done that though.
No, but I mean like permanent party member who is the direct antagonist of the next game.
I mean,
That I think is why I think those arguments have a lot more ground than the previous games and their sequels did.
I guess, but
I
at the
also
same-
sorry.
again, I feel like it rings hollow because like 2 is such a big outlier because 2 is so fucking like irrelevant to the world.
It's I mean
It
it's
is.
almost not
if
though
it was-
because it's the start of Inquisition.
Well, what I was gonna say is though, it only becomes relevant when Anders becomes
Yeah.
a terrorist.
Yes. Okay.
Well,
yes.
And even then, Anders is so irrelevant, really, that he's not even in the fucking sequel because he can die. And that is a problem I have with Dragon Age, is because unlike Mass Effect, where it can do substitutes, you know, if Rex dies, you get Reeve. If Anders dies, he's not in the game. He's not in the sequel.
Yeah.
You know, and I can respect that to a degree, but I feel like that's why I've never minded that Dragon Age has never done direct sequels, because there's so many things where it's like, this character's dead, well now we don't do this plot point anymore, outside of maybe a brief cameo.
It does make me
You know-
wonder. It does make me wonder if the team behind Origins thought that they would get to a 4th game when they were making decisions like, oh hey, these characters can die. Your main character can die. Like
I think the only character who can die that it genuinely doesn't matter is Morrigan. Because you can kill her in Witch Hunt, I think it's called, and it does not matter.
Liliana does die and she comes back.
Yeah, but she's gone in Trespasser. Whereas Morrigan appears, I think, in every single game.
not
does she
two,
do
not
anything?
two. No.
Oh, I'm thinking of Liliana, because Liliana has a cameo. But Morrigan being dead in Witch Hunt, well, if she's dead, she gets stabbed. Does not matter in Inquisition, and I'm only 5 hours into Veilguard, and she's in there.
Yeah.
So, like... But yeah, it's... And again, it's why I don't mind that it's not a direct sequel. I'm fine with the Inquisitor being seemingly a second character, because, like, a background character. I don't know what happens with the Inquisitor. I don't know if, like, Hawk, you can send him to his death. I would, if he doesn't...
Or to his, new travels through the Fade.
Yeah, but I would like it if they really wanted to be bold, is if they did DLC, where it is, like...
They've
You can customize the... If the Grey Warden is alive in your... If you wanted to have the Grey Warden be alive, or maybe a Fade Spirit takes over the Grey Warden from Origins.
They've
You
said
play as them.
they've said they're not doing any, at least not any story DLC. They'll keep adding like little bits to the game, but nothing.
Then that's completely fine.
No story stuff, which again is fine. They've spent the last 10 years working on this game.
I'm glad
It
they
has
didn't
been in
even
development,
fucking
hell
take
yeah,
that.
and has changed tack like 14
And
times.
hey, it's
Yeah.
still... It's crazy to think that it was developed and still released between Yandere Dev, Yandere Simulator.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Dragon Age the Veilguard on the day of the Game Awards. The winner of the first ever Game of the Year award from the Game Awards was Dragon Age Inquisition.
That's
It's
very
so crazy
funny.
that Inquisition was like a nominee, but fucking Veilguard isn't. And Jeff was really like... Jeff really wanted to bend the rules and say that...
Shadow of the Erd Tree.
expansion- Yeah, bending the rules to let Shadow of the Erd Tree be a nominee. It's
To your point, Kaido, that like Chew is irrelevant. One could argue that Chew starts this whole fucker.
I also... The thing is, I'm not even saying that to being irrelevant to the world as a disparaging comment.
No, it's
I
not.
like...
Yeah.
I like that it is.
I'm stuck on this. Do you know what the other noms were when Inquisition won Gotti?
What?
I had it up. Hold on, I have it. Bayonetta 2, Dark Souls 2, Hearthstone, and Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah, of course it was gonna win. I'm sorry, but apart from Shadow of Mordor, no competition.
I am kind of curious why they gave it to that over Shadow of Mordor, though.
Probably
Because both of them... You go ahead.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just... Because, do we know... They never reveal, like, how close the thing was, right?
No.
I wouldn't be
Never.
surprised if it was, like, an even split. I wouldn't be shocked if the votes were so close that it just happened to be Inquisition. Because I'm sorry, but, like... Bayonetta was the only good game in the series. And the others, it's just like, what? What even?
Like, 2014 is also the year that Titanfall, Destiny, and Far Cry 4 came out.
Yeah, and none of the... If they were nominees, it would have been completely different.
I don't know, didn't people not like Titanfall 1? Even though
I
it was
like
good?
Titanfall was
I like-
beloved.
Titanfall is...
In hindsight,
To
Titanfall...
my knowledge, the only thing people didn't like about Titanfall is it had a massive cheating problem. But to my knowledge, everyone who I've heard talk about Titanfall, even saying like when they were younger, loved it. I just think it didn't help that Destiny had also come out, so like there was a split in the number of people playing an online shooter.
Even though they're two vastly different games, funnily enough.
See that Dragon Age the Veilguard wouldn't exist if Barrick didn't approach Hawk in an alley and was like, you want to go to the deep roads, kid?
Yeah.
I mean, I wish my heart could explore Varric's deep roads, but they pussied out. I don't even... I never go for gay romances in a video game, because I'm straight, you know. But it's such a good relationship, I would have done it. Especially because I know we're not talking about we're not really meant to be talking about 2, but I didn't like most of the female romances in 2.
I could really use a Giancarlo Esposito meme here, in that you only romance women because you're straight. I only romance women because I only play women. We are not the same.
I mean, I never said I don't play female characters.
Fair enough. But I think what...
Sorry, my brain broke doing the math there.
Just in a general sense, before we do move on to spoilers, so that we can, you know, keep moving this train along at some point. What I really love about Veilguard is that I think it brought the series back to... Because Inquisition, best world in the world, the companions were not the best. There were... Some of them were fine, some of them were great, and then there was, you know, fucking Sarah. And
there's the tiers of Iron Bull, Dorian, and then I would put Blackwall up there. And
Great.
then...
It was fun. I liked it.
But yeah, I think that's like the top tier, them three, and then tier... well, I guess I know people who like Varric. I didn't like him in Inquisition. But if you know, him or Blackwall, you know, like, interchangeable. Then second tier is like Vivian, Solus, Cole, Cassandra. And then, yeah, bottom tier is just fucking Sarah.
I'm curious why you put Vivian so high.
I don't like Vivian, but I just know people I know people who dislike Sarah more than they dislike Vivian.
Now that just doesn't make sense to me.
I love to hate Sarah.
I mean, Vivienne, for me, it's a case of, okay, you're all for the fucking mage circles, fine, I'm just gonna ignore you. And I can just ignore you because you mostly just stay out of my way. Sarah is, like, more obviously irritating and dislikable.
Vivian at least spares you from romancing her.
That's
if
the
you
other thing.
romance Sarah, you have to deal with the fact that if you're playing an elf, she basically just abuses you and puts you in an abusive ultimatum.
I was gonna say, this is one of those things where annoying characters tend to be hated more than evil characters, huh?
Yeah.
Vivienne's evil is relatively quiet if you don't talk to her.
Yeah, Vivian is like
in my first playthrough because I'd already been spoiled on the whole story, so I was like, "Fuck it." If the game genuinely doesn't care if I like recruit her or not, I'm just not gonna recruit her.
That's bad.
Yeah, I like the thing, but yeah. Anyway, Inquisition was a very mixed bag of a game, and
But yes, getting back to my point, Veilguard brought me back to the point of, wow, I really like my companions, and to a point that even, Origins and 2 didn't get to. I like all my companions.
Yeah.
God.
Sten moment.
Oh my god. Like, Tosh is Tosh and maybe Emmerich on a bad day, right? They're on my outer circle, but even then I still love them. I wept during their quest.
Yeah.
And I have played a BioWare game. I've played Baldur's Gate 1, I've played both of the Knights of the Old Republic, I've played all 3 Mass Effect games. I have played almost every BioWare game out there. And BioWare's strength is in its companion writing and its storytelling around the companions. And Inquisition had mixed bag. 2 had the world's worst friend group ever. But Veilguard actually made me give a shit.
Yeah.
And heal things with his character. Which I didn't really care about. Cardinal Sin, sure. But I did not care for Alistair. I liked him, but he was fine.
I can understand that. It doesn't help that, 'cause he is the deuteragonist of the game. Him and Morrigan share that spot. And it's very easy. I can genuinely understand people who don't think Alistair is amazing. I liked him, but
I forget Ogden was a companion.
Yeah. But
right?
I've had friends like Alistair, so I didn't mind him, and I liked what he became.
So more to the point, right? The companions in Veilguard don't. They hit an emotional core, which I think Inquisition in a fundamental. It's partly why everyone loved Soul of Ellen, is because it hit on an emotional core.
Yeah.
That a lot of the other companions didn't, and then Veilguard kind of hits all of that.
From what I've seen of Veilguard, from when I've watched my brother play him, from what I've heard people talk about, just via osmosis on Twitter, I think, not only does it have that found family aspect, but it's nice having characters that aren't just your friends.
Yes.
Because 2 is everyone is friends with Hawk. And
I feel
kind of tolerate each other.
Some of them are with each other, but in 2, Meryl is not really anyone's friend.
Everyone hates Anders.
Everyone hates Anders.
Even Meryl hates Anders.
Fenris gets on with Isabella, but everyone's chill with Varric, but like, and in Origins, again, no one's really friends with each other.
Origins is a bunch of professionals working together.
That's kind of what I don't mind about Origins cast, though, is that like...
No, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Yeah.
But I like the idea, though, that everyone in Veilguard are either friends or don't have a toxic environment like Inquisition did.
Yeah.
Inquisition is a toxic workplace.
And I don't think it worked. I felt like it was... I didn't care about more than half the cast. Not even just non-playable characters as well in Inquisition.
I cared more about Harding than I did about certain characters.
I didn't because I didn't care for it because I already came into the series knowing that Harding was popular and was waiting to see why people liked her.
It was because she was actually nice and didn't cause problems like everyone else.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was kind of like.
I mean, Inquisition, I think, took to the logical extreme what BioWare had been doing with certainly in 2 and to a lesser extent in Origins, of having these characters, having these companions with dueling viewpoints, and did it in a variety of ways, but as a result, as you said, it's a toxic workplace, people are bickering, you don't get the sense that anybody really likes each other in this group. Whereas Veilguard, they took away that fucking... they went away from that.
I'm shocked Inquisition never had, like, the arguments you get in other BioWare games, where you could have a character lose friendship with you because you picked a side.
I mean, I kind of like how 2 did it in that way, of you can have a rival relationship where the companion hates your guts, but does respect you.
I actually think 2's the best game for that. Like,
it has some of the best characters, yeah.
I really hated it in Inquisition when I'm being forced to make a call for like a life-changing decision that'll affect the setting, and fucking bitch boy in the corner is upset because I made a choice they didn't like.
Yeah.
If they didn't like it, make the fucking call then.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, I really don't like two-faced characters. I don't like two-faced people. I don't like that a character will be disapproving of me because I made this big world-changing decision, and they don't have the fucking guts to be like, I think you made the bad call.
And again, that is something that happens in Veilguard, is you will make a big call, and, sometimes it'll be a wrong call, but, people will go, okay, you made the wrong call here, but, you made the call. I respect that at least.
Made a call, like, even if I don't like the choice, that had to happen.
Yeah.
I think the thing is, though, at least the thing I'm looking forward to Veilguard is they'll still be friends with each other, all the party will still like each other. Whereas in Inquisition, it just felt like, well, if you don't like me, then fuck off.
And here's a wild thing that I saw that I honestly don't understand. People saying that while, the companions are friends with each other, they're not friends with Rook, which is fucking insane. It's absolutely fucking insane for anyone to say that Rook is not friends with the companions.
I'm going to be honest. I know that definitely won't be the case with Veilguard. I would actually like a game or a series or a piece of media where that's the case. And then in the sequel, that group betrays you because they weren't your friends.
Yeah.
I'm 90% sure that exists. Somewhere.
I'm sure it does. I just haven't found that kind of media, and I'm interested to find that.
But anyway, Kato, go take your toilet break. So get a nice
Take a long shit.
I'll be right.
Not right back, please. Definite, and we'll at you when we're finished.
Yeah.
All right.
Fuzzy, are you gonna?
I have no investment in this, so I will be making color commentary when I can.
Okay.
So I love the ending. Any of the endings I think fit is the thing. Like,
so
as much
here's my thing.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. this is the endings. Like, this is the first time I'm like, I kind of want to take what is objectively the bad ending.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Because that is what my character would do. And like,
Yeah.
BioWare games don't necessarily make. Like, even in Mass Effect 3, I didn't destroy because I didn't think, like, not because I didn't think that's what my Shepard would do, because I knew the quote-unquote best ending was the cool ending.
Yeah.
But here, I'm like, I want to deck Solus in the schnoz.
Yeah.
Because fuck that guy.
I mean, it helps knowing that, there isn't going to be any story DLC, there isn't going to be, and knowing BioWare and Dragon Age games, there isn't going to be necessarily a direct sequel. So you can just go, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to take the bad option here.
Like, they do a good job of, like, having interact with Solus just enough.
Yeah. Where,
if you were coming into this as the Soul Lavelle, as the person who played Lavelle Inquisitor, like, romance Solus, has carried that torch for a decade plus. You get that ending.
Yeah.
You get the ending with you.
Okay, so the spoiler tags are up, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why don't you... So as someone who absolutely hated, low-key, high-key hated Solus in Inquisition, why don't you, like, give me a rundown of the various endings? Because I am curious.
So
there's four endings.
Yeah. So the bad ending is... so basically what happens is... after Trespasser, Solus wanted to basically bring down the Fade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what basically happens is the start of the game is you interrupting Solus as he's going through the ritual to bring down the Fade. And you interrupt that, and Solus gets trapped in the Fade. He eventually gets out, and you realize that back in the day, back when Solus was, this was the Dreadwolf.
Literally, sometimes.
Yeah. What he'd done is to trap the evil elven gods that he was fighting, he'd basically tied their lives to the Fade. And to the Veil, sorry. The Veil, not the Fade. So
Which is also keeping the Blight at bay. Like,
yes.
The Blight that we see in Origins, in Inquisition, that is a small taste of the Blight that's in the
But because the aim of the game is killing these two elven gods that escape, you are, that is essentially Solus's last trick. By doing this, you are doing what Solus wants, and you are bringing down the Veil. So, what you've got to do is basically what you've got to do is find a way to basically tie the Veil to Solus instead. Once you've killed Elganon. So there are different ways you can do it. The bad ending is you just fucking go at Solus, you fight the shit out of him, and
the truest bad ending is essentially Mass Effect 2 suicide mission. Everyone's dead except
yeah. Yes.
You fight Solus and you lose.
Companions can die in this, and one of them does permanently.
One will always die.
Yeah, there's no way out of it.
I'm sure modders will have something to say about that.
You would think. I have not seen anyone even attempt it. But you get anyone and everyone can die.
Yeah.
And the worst ending is Rook fights Solus on their own. Your two companions you bring to the final battle are turned to stone. And you try to fight Solus. He tries to tie your life to the Fade. And you essentially grab him and, like, seal both of yourselves to the Fade.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is the main bad ending.
Okay.
the next step up is you have companions with you, and you still deck Solus in the shop. And
Okay.
you fight him, and with the help of your companions, you are able to draw his blood and tie him to the Fade. And he finally accepts being a god and like claims that he will be back. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Goes full megalomaniacal. Option 3 is the trick ending. So partway through the game, your companions make a. The main MacGuffin is a lyrium dagger, a dagger made of pure lyrium. That is, funnily enough, the purified idol
Yeah.
from Dragon Age 2.
Yeah. See, Dragon Age 2 did get fucking whatchamacallit, representation in the ending.
So they made the companions make a fake version of it.
Yeah, that basically looks the exact same, has some of the same capabilities, but not the big cut through enchantments one.
Because no one's an elven god and they don't have the time.
Yeah.
So it's essentially tricked Solus at his own game by sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially be like, I beat the god. I looked at the god of lies and I lied to his face.
Yeah. Which, again, is an ending that I really want to go to, because I'm fairly sure he respects you for the trick.
He says, I am a fool who met his match.
Yeah, he basically goes, you know what, fair enough, you got me on this one. I can't deny, I can't, you know.
And then there's the quote-unquote good ending, which you get if you bring either, well, both, the Inquisitor and Mythal, and they convince Solus to go willingly.
Well, what it is, you don't get the choice to necessarily bring them, but what you have to do is there is a subquest, I think, during Act 2, where you basically go into Solus' memories, and you see how... See his regrets, see how the war with the Elven Gods really got going and how it progressed. And it's honestly, in terms of a lore dump, it is so fucking interesting. It's one of the most interesting quests in the game. But then you have a chance to basically go and meet a fragment of Mythal, who was basically Solus' only friend among the Elven Gods.
I've seen some people describe... Fuzzy, you played Baldur's Gate 3?
More or less, yeah.
Mistra.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Just Mistra again.
But basically, the end of that quest line is you talk to this fragment of Mythal, and you have to basically convince her to help you through a series of dialogue options, which is really fucking cool. And I do actually wish that they had implemented it.
You can fail.
You can fail. I failed multiple times, and I fucking reloaded because I wanted that.
I did it, and I still chose to not take the redemption option because I was like, "Fuck you, Solus."
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. But I honestly wish they'd implemented that mechanic at the end of the game as well.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
especially for the trickster ending, like that would have been a really cool way to do it. Is you have to go through these various options.
I'm gonna be real. I don't like the idea of the best ending being the one where Solus is like a chill dude.
It's less that he's a chill dude, and it's more convincing him that he is wrong, and that his regrets are going to kill everybody.
And like Mythal, like the main thing is essentially Mythal going, "I have fucked you up.
Yeah.
I am sorry. You don't have to fix it."
Yeah.
And
You
then
you think you did all this stuff wrong that you have to make up for? No. I was the wrong one to get you involved in the first place. It's all on me.
But it doesn't. It's also clever to not absolve Solus of the
No.
harm he's done.
No, it makes it clear. No, you've fucked something. You've fucked up a lot of stuff here. You really, really have. But it is, it is getting through to him and making him realize that.
And then for the Soul Levellans, if you have an Inquisitor Levellan who romance Solus and wants to, still thinks he's safe, then they will go to the Fade with him.
Yeah.
No, but real talk, was there anyone who did that? And if so,
a lot of people did that. A lot of people did that.
Fuzzy, you don't understand how down bad people are for Solus.
I mean, he is such a fascinating character. Like Veilguard goes so deep into, and it's when I was playing the game, I was worried because I thought that Veilguard was falling into the same potholes the Inquisition did, which was not having its main villain be present enough. But it was only when I hit the end of the game that I realized Elganon and Gillenane are not the main villains of the game. Solus is. Solus is, and he is present throughout, through a variety of means.
I hate that you say it like that. Fuck you. You.
But yeah, Veilguard makes some really interesting choices in the... Yes, there are... you can fail the dialogue option with Mythol. You can kill off companions in the final quest. It does the...
Lock yourself out of a romance.
You can lock yourself out of a romance if you pick... Because the end of Act 1 is this big choice between picking to save the Antivan city of Treviso or the capital of Tevinter, Minrathous. And if you pick to save Minrathous, you can't romance the guy from Treviso.
You cannot romance Canis. The most sexy, not Italian man who ever lived.
But
okay. Let me ask another question then. Big choices. No third options.
No, there is no way to there is no way to save Treviso and Minrathous. There is no way to save whichever companion you choose for the penultimate quest. There is no way to save them. I was really upset because I thought I'd done something wrong, and I checked. No, they just died.
I was so excited, Bill. Bill, you have no idea how excited I was for you.
I was... Look, I'd been spoiled on the fact that companions could die, but I thought there was a way to save them. And so going into that penultimate quest, I was like, I've got to make this decision. I've got to make the right decision here. Who's gonna be best for this? I guess Davrin. No, he dies! No! What did I do wrong?
And your dog dives into the hell pit after him.
Yeah, that was so upsetting. Oh, God.
This is what makes this game so good.
Yeah.
The fact that Bill and I are both of us,
going...
Yeah. Oh, we're agonizing over this.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Again, knowing that the companions could die, I was fucking, so nervous going into those final two quests. Because I wanted everyone to stay alive. I don't think I would have... If the same scenario happened in Inquisition, I would not have felt the same way. I would have let people die. To save the characters I actually liked. Veilguard, I love all my bastards here, and I love them so dearly. I also, again, this is really spoilers because this I feel like is one of the main twists of the game. Varric dies in the prologue, and I was genuinely surprised.
So good, and I had been spoiled on it, and it still fucking got me.
Yeah.
It still got me when it happened, when they did the reveal.
And again, thinking back to it, it is absolutely, foreshadowed. Because nobody else interacts with Varric. Nobody else
And, like-
interacts with Varric. I was the only one
No.
interacting with Varric because I kept checking on him in his goddamn sick room. Going, you're not dead yet,
No.
are you, Varric? You're not dead yet. You're still alive.
No, do you remember in the beginning, in your first conversation with Solus, you say Varric, and he goes, Varric, and like you could
Yeah. Mm.
see the wheel turn.
Mm-hmm.
So good. So good.
It's so
Like,
it's so well done. It's so well done. Like, look, there is elements of this game that are, you know, not as good. You know, I think parts of the writing aren't as strong. Like, especially for Rook's dialogue, I think it's a little weak.
How do I describe it? So, Fuzzy, Metaphor ReFantazio is the other big RPG that came out, right?
Yeah.
If Metaphor ReFantazio is like, it's objectively a better game in that it is a more polished, better, like, has really well written. Voice acting is really good. It's artistically very stylish. Dragon Age is the dog I found in the dumpster who I love more than life itself, and I will kill everyone and myself around me.
I will say, Dragon Age definitely seems like if you're super into Veilguard, it's because Dragon Age is your hyperfixation to a large extent.
I mean, I know part of the criticism, which I don't necessarily agree with, is that Dragon Age Veilguard sanitized a lot of stuff from previous games, and
the big thing.
yeah,
We'll kind of point to.
I just don't really care. I didn't need this game to have, you know, every time I went to fucking Docktown to be slapped in the face by the fact that, you know, there are a bunch of slavers and all that sort of shit. Like, I didn't need that. I didn't need every time I went to Treviso, oh, the Antivan Crows are a bunch of murdering bastards. I didn't need that. You don't need that for the game. You can understand that this exists in the world, but the characters you are interacting with are not necessarily, you know, a part of that.
Okay.
You know, part I mean, but part of the, you know, part of the goal of the Shadow Dragons is the abolition of slavery, and you can work with them to get that.
For a second there, I thought you were talking about the Dragon Ball GT Shadow Dragons, and I was
No,
very confused.
You were working with Dorian, another Magister, and the Pope who's getting his back blown out by a Templar.
Yeah, one of your
So the
terrorist buddies is the Pope.
Yes, so the Pope.
Yes.
Okay. Here's another question for you.
Hmm?
What proportion of the player base do you think has Veilguard as their first Dragon Age game?
I'm not sure, honestly.
I would argue none. If I'm honest.
I mean, I would say probably more than Inquisition, maybe. I feel like Inquisition was a harder game to sell. I think the other thing that helps Veilguard in that respect is that the gameplay is so much better than Inquisition's.
Oh.
It is so much better. Here's the thing, Veilguard, I legitimately may end up just going back and doing gameplay stuff. Like, just wandering around and just fighting
play a rogue.
stuff.
I never play rogues.
Play a rogue. Rogues are so much fun. Rogues are
Mages
so
are
much
great.
fun.
Mages are so good.
And mages, apparently, are very good, yes. I'm sure warriors are just as fun in a different fucking way.
I mean, the Reaper specialization is dope as hell.
Yeah.
But like, gameplay is like the best, like bar none.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's the best gameplay in the entire series. Like, I love 2s, but 2s had issues.
I mean, the Arrow Shock fight where you're running around in a circle, right? Whereas, like, this, like, my mage felt like a god, and it was...
Here's the thing, like, in those final two quests, where again I was so fucking nervous, I was basically ending some of the smaller fights instantly by just fucking headshotting them with arrows, going, "No, I'm not dealing with your bullshit right now. I want to keep people alive here."
Exactly. It's like, ugh.
And I
My
think,
bastard.
yeah, and set piece wise, oh god, the set pieces. Weishaupt.
So,
Weishaupt. Oh my god.
the reveal that Elgarnon is just doing a collector from the Owl House
Yeah.
with the moon. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The reveal of so other thing here is that the Elven gods are also the Tevinter gods,
Mm.
and the archdemons are their pet dragon. So Elgarnon is Lusicon, and Lusicon makes the archdemon from Origins look like a baby lizard.
Yeah. It is fucking huge. And Solus transforms into Dreadwolf form to fight it. And it takes him a long time in the timeline of the game. It takes him, like, I would say at least a night.
It takes him several hours.
Yeah. They are just fighting all over Minrathous.
And you get to watch that fight happen
Yeah.
in real time. Great. Like the reveal of Razakale.
Mm-hmm.
The
Again,
reveal.
that moment when you're fighting two fucking archdemons, and then, oh boy, fucking shadow dragons showed up.
Oh my god, the Blight Dragon, the two Blight Dragons.
Yeah.
And then, like, at the same time, like, this game has emotional moments, like these emotional beats. It's like, Mill, you obviously you weren't a crow, right?
No.
So if you play a crow who picks Minrathous, there's a scene in which Viago, like, you and Viago are getting into it,
Yeah.
and your character says, what you always, like, I can't do everything on my own. Like, you always say that no crow is on their own. What was one more crow going to do for Treviso? And Iago just, I'm getting teary, gets so angry, and he gets quiet and goes, always think of something.
Yeah.
And, like, that is, like, that is what makes Veilguard so good.
Yeah.
He's
I
like,
mean, Tasha's quest. Tasha's quest. I spent the entirety of that quest fucking hating Shathan. Hating her.
And then you get the last one.
And then that moment where she sacrifices herself, and Jesus Christ, Tasha's VA did such a good job. That scream, oh my god.
It's so real. It's so guttural, so deep, that it, like, hurts.
Yeah.
Hurts. Like, it hurt me. There's Balara talking about Nev after. So, like, I think we can just say it. So, Davern and Harding are the two characters one of which will die.
Yeah.
Permanently. You also lose Balara or Nev. And if Nev is the one that's taken, Balara is and her VA is so convincing.
Yeah. No, I mean, Balara's VA in general was really good. Like, really captured the depths of the emotion. Emmerich's as well was really fucking good. I mean, all of the VAs were really, really good. All of them were great. Honestly, I think the bit that let them down was the facial animations, because I do not think they were very good. Especially with Balara, I feel like there were moments where she was saying something really sadly, but she still had a shadow of a smile on her face. In a bad way.
I'm trying to find the script. And, like, that also isn't to say that the voice actors who play Rook had shit lines. Like, they're, like, romanced or not, going into Davern's room after he's dead is great. Like, it broke.
Oh, I mean, talking as somebody who romanced Nev, talking to Nev after she'd been taken, and after we got her,
Ugh.
after you got her back in Minrathous, like Jesus Christ. I'd been making fun of the Geordie voice when I first picked it, but it was really fucking good in the end. Overall, it was really good. I really enjoyed it, to be honest. Just playing this Geordie rook who just loved to shit talk Solus.
Oh, let me see if I can... Oh, this is a romance. This is a Tavern romance book where Tavern died.
Yeah.
You were awarded to the end, Tavern, the hero. But you were a lot more than that to me. In the future, I don't getting teary for reading. It's so good.
Yeah. No,
You didn't
it's
find any trace of it.
yeah. No, it's really good.
But like, find it. I love you, Tavern. I always will. And like, I will. Assam, I'm gonna miss you.
Yeah. And you know,
Then like the joy of Rick reviving him.
yeah. And
Like,
and also, can I just say, the fucking, you know, the Davern's quest, that whole thing with the Griffins. As somebody who read Last Flight, I was dying during that entire quest line.
oh good. It's also like one of the better set piece fights.
Yeah.
Like, it's a great fight scene. You really feel like the Blight is this unstoppable.
Oh, and
So,
again,
like-
I was so nervous going through that entire fucking final fight, going, die, please die. I feel very bad for you knowing what you've been through, but please die. I don't want any of the Griffins to suffer.
Yeah.
I have another follow-up question.
Yeah.
And again,
And
I
then
am.
Sorry, one more thing. And then Nev is just Batman.
Yeah.
It's great. Sorry, continue.
So I believe my addition to this conversation has been asking more broader scope demographic questions, and I think I have another one.
Okay.
Do you think you two would have been as emotionally affected by this game if it was your first Dragon Age game?
Maybe
Or,
not quite.
to
Maybe not quite as much, but
Yeah,
I
like
think
to
the
put it another
strength.
way.
I think the strengths of the character writing would have pulled through.
Like,
I
go
wish,
ahead,
like,
man.
so I came into this game knowing that my Rook was gonna romance Harding. The minute Harding was announced as a companion and romance, well, I was like, yep, I couldn't do it in Inquisition. This is gonna happen. Harding, I'm sorry, but you have been taken. But like, that and the Varric thing are the only things that like really made, well, like really pulled on my heartstrings as a Dragon Age fan.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't the Soul of Velen. I didn't care for Soul. I thought he was an interesting character, but I didn't have the same love that people had for Solus.
Yeah.
And so, like, for me going into this, like, I was willing to, like, I was actually going in willing to be a dick about it. And like, I still came out going, this might be my favorite game for all its faults.
Yeah, the Varric thing in particular, I think, is the one that wouldn't land for new players. But even then, you know, I think you spend enough time with Varric that'd hit to an extent anyway. But
And they do a good job of establishing your Rook's connection to Varric.
yeah. I mean, maybe new players wouldn't get why the Grey Wardens being taken out was such a big deal.
Or even like what it. So spoiler, I guess, but we're in spoiler hell. Essentially, they go through and essentially wipe the slate in the South.
Yeah.
You get a bunch of letters, like, so this game takes place in the north of Thedas, in Mithrathis, by Saharan, by Pervalin, and Teven remain. But, so like, while your character is trying to fight the gods in the north, the Inquisitor is, by sheer willpower, trying to keep the South from dying.
Mm.
And you get letters from the Inquisitor kind of talking about what's going on. And it's bad. It's like end of the world shit.
Yeah.
Like, Kirkwall is gone. Like, just off the map.
Not necessarily the worst thing in the world, considering how much of a shithole it is. But yeah.
But they were going to start gaming.
Yeah.
Ferelden, gone. Redwall, gone. Denerim, gone. Orzammar is kind of there still. Orlais, fighting for its goddamn...
Fighting against the hordes and fighting itself as Orlais does.
Yeah.
Orlais loves to fight itself.
Like, the Inquisitor's like, we finally retook Skyhold. And, like, that's described as a victory.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of implied that, like, Alistair is probably dead fighting the Blight. It's implied that, you know, Charter is dead, who is, like, the takeover spy master at the end of Inquisition.
Yeah.
Whoever you picked as Empress is dead. Whoever you picked as Divine, probably dead.
I mean, it's very unspecific because of the amount of choices that you've made in the South over the course of 3 games, and they can't commit.
But they almost had to.
And they can't commit to, you know, choosing for every single choice, because otherwise that'd piss people off. So they decided, let's not really deal with the choices, which is a you know, a choice in itself.
It's also a choice.
It's, you know, it's not the best choice they could have made, but at the same time, the amount of times this game has probably been started again, like restarted in the last 10 years, is probably incredible. Maybe I'm giving BioWare too much slack here, but I'm just glad they came out with a coherent game.
I mean, the fact that this game exists and is as good as it is, despite everything, is a miracle, and I'm willing to take it.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to take the, you know, the poorer elements as just a consequence of that.
Like, I cannot begin to, like, I don't even know, like, I got to see Varric one more time. I got Harding. I got, you know,
I hope you do another playthrough again and don't romance Harding, because the romance between Harding and Tosh is fucking great.
It's adorable. I know.
It's fucking
like,
perfect.
so is the
I
one,
love it so much.
But so is the one between Nevin and Lucanus, you know?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that one as well, to be honest.
The way Lucanus' heart breaks if you don't save Treviso and Nev gets taken. It's like, my poor baby boy.
But yeah, I think we should probably wrap it up soon, because we have been talking about Veilguard for
I was gonna say,
long.
this has become the Dragon Age Veilguard stream.
Hey, I'm okay with that.
We have to talk more about this bill as another point, but also the fact that they do a suicide mission again, is like exactly what I wanted. I love the suicide mission from you.
Yeah.
No notes. Gillenane and Elgernot are probably some of my favorite villains. Gillenane especially.
Gillenane is voiced by Michelle Gomez, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me. She's so good.
Who is, for Doctor Who fans, Fucking Missy.
Ugh.
Anyway, I will bring
Yeah.
Kato back in.
God. Yeah, no. Once we found out that Solus did what he did, my rook was just like, no. Also, you get Fuzzy, almost every companion except Lich Emmerich get to chew Solus out. So no, sorry, not Lich Emmerich, non-Lich Emmerich. Every single one get like a little like fuck you at Solus.
But yeah, welcome back, Kato. Sorry it took so long.
It's fine.
Love this game.
But yeah, Veilguard is my personal game of the year. Like Gen said, it's not the perfect game. It's definitely not the best game that's come out this year, but it's the game that I love the most. But yes, let's move on to the next game on the list. Finally, it is Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
And we can kind of go into Sparking here after this. I finally
they
played
kind of roll
Kakarot.
together.
I finally played Kakarot, and it's fine. It's a fine game. I don't get the hype that came out around it.
I think
like,
a lot
if
of people just wanted like a Dragon Ball game where you could explore the setting and roam around and do shit, but like, I don't know.
It's a fine game. You know what I mean?
So I think Kakarot is an interesting thing because, first of all, apparently it does contain a great deal of those little a lot of fan service in the sort of storylines and stuff it does. Like it has an entire like History of Trunks, for example, has an entire thing where Trunks has actual...
Arale shows up.
Yes, and then there's a thing where Trunks has interactions with Chi-Chi as like, which makes sense in hindsight. So like, it's very much a game that was made with fans in mind. I think the issue is that it's a Dragon Ball game, really. And Dragon Ball games kind of have to, by virtue of sheer mass appeal, fit into a few neat categories. Like, people are always give Fighters crap for various reasons. Fighters is kind of a miracle as far as Dragon Ball games are concerned, because it's a very, like, fighting games are very niche in terms of, like, the people who actually put a lot of time into them.
Yeah.
I think because Dragon Ball's so big, it was the best IP Arxis could have ever had. Because if you look at any of the other games that Arxis has had, where they've had like another IP, it's easy to forget they did a Kill la Kill game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really mid. No one fucking played it.
Because that's what happens when you take a relatively niche anime and put it in an even more niche.
It's not niche
genre.
for Kill la Kill. I just don't think that the Kill la Kill game came out at a point when the fandom was like roaring. Like,
niche.
no one was talking about the series when the game came out. So it felt too little too late. Whereas Dragon Ball, because it's one of them series that just has that constant appeal.
Well, I was gonna say, I meant Kill la Kill was niche in the sense that it didn't really break containment the way Dragon Ball has. Because...
I feel like you could argue that of a lot of series, though, by that logic.
True, but that's why the conversation is so relevant to Dragon Ball, because Dragon Ball, it is...
Like, One Piece
sort of...
hasn't succeeded.
Yes.
Right? Like,
I think
so...
Sorry, go on.
Well, Dragon Ball is such an... It is essentially a viral mimetic series at this point.
Fair.
you go up to a person on the street and ask them if they know who Goku is, there's a pretty solid chance they will know.
If I ever go to Mexico and I'm kidnapped by the cartels, I'm gonna ask them if they want to binge some Dragon Ball episodes before we do, and I know by the end of it I'll probably be able to leave with my life intact.
It depends. It depends on whether or not you agree with their takes. Because what if you have like
I will agree
take?
with them for the sake of my life. If they think, if they think Chi-Chi is a terrible mum, okay, yeah, they're fine. I don't want to die. If they think, BoJack is one of the best Dragon Ball Z movies, sure, I'll agree with them for the sake of my life.
Counterpoint to... First of all, I find it very funny that the first example that came to mind was the Chi-Chi being a bad mom take.
Yeah,
which...
because it's wrong.
It is, but also I understand why it's such a common take. It's
only
more
a common
fault of
take because people don't think beyond the idea of, characters should be fighters and have no lives. It's in the same crowd of people who want Gohan to be only like he is in the Cell Saga. Well, no, not even Cell Saga, the end of the Cell Saga.
Well, that's a discussion we can have another time, because I do have some thoughts on that. I do overall agree that Chi-Chi is a decent parent, but anyway, that aside, what if they only like BoJack because they're thirsty for Zangia?
Barely in the film. Then again, though, I guess
Since when is
there are
that
some
stopped?
weirdos out there that are willing to do Rule 34 of Balatro cards, so...
Not just some Balatro cards. Every single Balatro card.
You know what I meant, but yeah.
No, but this is... Anyway.
But, springboarding into Sparking Zero, that's what makes Sparking Zero so much more fun to me as a game.
Yeah.
Kakarot, because Sparking Zero kind of hits what Smash Ultimate did in
yes.
I'll
It's
be
a
honest,
toy box.
I think part of the thing with Kakarot is that whether you like Dragon Ball or not, I think Dragon Ball games are more fun when you can actually get into the combat. When you look at Dragon Ball games that have some form of explorative mechanic, like Legacy of Goku, part of the combat linked in with the exploration of wandering around in Legacy of Goku. Well, 2 and Boo's Fury, because Legacy of Goku 1's dog shit. And even Dragon Ball Fusions, it's very easy to just get into the combat. Whereas in Kakarot, it just feels a bit...
That's not a guarantee of success, because Dragon Ball Sagas exist.
Yeah, but Dragon Ball Sagas isn't really explorative, that's just a beat-em-up that's really bad.
I think the difference, again, this is me going off of watching people playing the games. I think the difference here is that Kakarot is a retelling of the story. Sparking Zero is a video game set in the universe. Kakarot doesn't necessarily need to be a video game. Its actual, gameplay is not that crucial to its story.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is really the...
And it's
I mean,
not...
that's the thing.
The gameplay isn't that good to begin with. It's not really...
I think... I would also say Kakarot came at a point when people were already sick of retellings of the game.
Yeah.
It's why I find it very funny that, I get the point, how would I describe it? Sparking Zero should have been more all in on the what ifs, because they only do actual fucking cutscenes for the what if stories in Sparking Zero. At best, in the main story of the games, you will get, the characters standing at each other, occasionally, gesturing, and it's very like cheap. Also, it's very inconsistent when they do cutscenes in Sparking Zero. Because, like, they don't do the Super Saiyan transformation really, like, at all for Goku. But then they'll have a scene where Goku's hugging Goten before he, like, goes back to Otherworld. And
To be fair, we've all seen the Super Saiyan transformation a million times over. How many times have we seen Goku hugging Goten?
True.
How many times have we seen Goku talk to Goten?
Who? Who's he talking to? I forgot
Oh.
the character already.
It's named Tenko.
I like Sparking Zero. I've enjoyed it, but I've actually stopped playing it because I'm waiting for DLC to come out because I feel like Sparking Zero's unfinished.
I mean, it kind of is, just by admission.
Not even because of DLC. It's just I feel like there's still a good bit missing from the game. I think there should have been more what ifs, or there should have been more to do with the what ifs. Because I'll be honest, earlier Dragon Ball games, earlier Budokai Tenkaichi games, and even like Budokai 2 do more with the concept of like what ifs than Sparking Zero really does. If I could go into some of the what ifs, if people don't really care about the spoilers.
I'm not going to play this game for years.
I was gonna say, before we get into that, I think the issue with Sparking Zero, yes, it was very much rushed to release, and the thing about these games is story stuff is the last thing that gets done in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
So
true.
obviously that's what was cut, right? Because they had to rush it to release, and usually the gameplay is more or less done.
Yeah.
By the time they get to the story stuff. So obviously there was not going to be as much of a focus on anything story related because that's generally the last thing.
Just to interrupt and take it back to Veilguard for a second. Veilguard was a complete story and that's fucking great. Like the game did not feel unfinished in any way.
No, I don't need there to be more.
No.
And I'm okay with that.
But yeah, I mean, do you care if I talk about?
No, go for it.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Whatever you say, I'll probably forget it by the time I get the game.
Probably the best. It's funny. I would say the best what ifs in Sparking Zero for Gohan. Sparking Zero feels like a game that was made for Gohan enjoyers because.
You mean real people?
Well, because probably the most extensive what if story is basically, what if Gohan locked in for Resurrection F and just beat Frieza without Goku or Vegeta? And the idea is he gets his ultimate form while fighting Frieza, kills him, and then the story is basically, what if the Goku Black Arc existed, but Gohan was locked in and was part of the cast? And what basically happens is you know how Zamasu sees Goku and is like, I'm stealing his body?
Oh, does he...
He sees Gohan beating the shit out of Frieza and is like, I want Gohan's body. And so when future Trunks comes back from the past, you see Gohan Black.
It better be one-armed Gohan Black.
It's Ultimate Gohan, so it's present-day Gohan.
Oh.
I will get into something to do with that in a moment, but yeah. So what happens is it's more of a personal thing between Gohan and Trunks fighting Gohan Black, who actually has an entirely unique model, and even like different particle effects for his abilities.
Okay.
I really like.
And in the end, Gohan Black and Zamasu fuse, and fused Zamasu with Gohan Black also has a unique model. They actually changed his hair to match Gohan being part of the fusion. And it ends with basically Gohan and Trunks doing a dual Masenko to beat Gohan Black. And the story kind of just ends with the crappy ending of the Goku Black arc. But it's just really nice to see like Gohan being given this kind of love
Yeah.
Because, I'll be honest, I think Gohan should have been more present in the future Trunks, the Goku Black arc. And I also think it would have been cute if, like, oh, while that's also happening, you know, in this what if story, is that, like, future Trunks could come back. A future Gohan appeared, sorry. But he doesn't.
I will say also, like the voice lines around Gohan and like the content we have around future Gohan because of Sparking Zero is actually really good. Like,
yeah.
Future Gohan's like so interesting as a character.
Yeah, like it. I always love the games where like you can play future Gohan and then you get like, because in Raging Blast 2, there's like lines where Gohan's really happy to know that Goten exists, and is really happy to have met him, even if it means, you know, he doesn't. He this is a being that will never exist for him, because, you know, Goku died before Goten could be conceived. But yeah, like, what was I saying? Yeah, that's such a really cool what if scene, and I really wish more of the what ifs involved new characters, even if it isn't anything like massive. Just knowing that like Gohan Black exists, to me, should have paved the way for more content like that.
So, I will say, I do appreciate your gushing. Can I just say though, this is the duality of the Gohan enjoyer.
Well, yeah, because, you know,
Because you see what I mean?
I'm also fine with Gohan just being a scholar and not really being a fighter. My problem
Yes.
is, though, is that Gohan consistently gets brought in. Oh, I need to train. Oh, I should have really trained. Doesn't train. And, you know, they finally kind of did that with the Universe Survival arc, only for the Super movie to go back on it a fucking again. But, like, and it's kind of the problem with Dragon Ball being so big, is that they're afraid to have permanence. Like, it's nice that Broly exists in the setting. He's not with the main cast, though. End of Z is perfectly fine, because Broly doesn't
He's too
have
busy
to be
being
there.
picked by Chilai.
I wish that was me, for real. I mean, what? But yeah, like, again, Sparking Zero feels really unfinished, though, because then there's stuff like, one of the Goku what ifs is, what if, what is it again? Basically, what if Krillin died while fighting Vegeta in the Saiyan arc, and Goku becomes Super Saiyan much earlier? And, you know, like, he kicks the shit out of Great Ape Vegeta, and that's, like, cool. But then the game's suddenly like, oh, we're just gonna skip to Namek, and now Super Saiyan Vegeta's a thing, without any build-up. And apparently Vegeta's dealt with Frieza, and now it's just Goku versus Vegeta Super Saiyan. And it's just very like, what was the point then?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one doesn't track as much for. Yeah,
Because,
so what if
because then there's stuff like, Vegeta has a few. Like, what if what is it again? It's basically, what if Vegeta proved to future Trunks that they don't need Goku? And what basically happens is that in the time chamber, future Trunks never chooses to go into his super bulked out mode. And Cell wants to do the Cell games only because of Vegeta and Trunks. And it culminates in a double final flash between Vegeta and future Trunks. Oh, I missed a bit as well. And basically after that happens, like, Cell kills Trunks, you know, as in canon. But then Vegeta goes Super Saiyan 2. Because, like, he's actually had a bond with future Trunks in this what if.
Yeah.
And so that's really cool. But then there's stuff like, oh, what if Vegeta just chose not to accept Babidi's, like, offer of power? and then Babidi just dies, and then the Boo arc just ends extremely early. Like, there's some like that where it's just, like, there's some where it's just, what if this character locks in, and then the arc doesn't actually happen?
I can somewhat kind of appreciate, like, obviously if the majority of the what ifs are like that, then that's an issue. But like one or two of them each arc, just going, here's what would have happened if somebody didn't fuck up.
Like, Thaumaturge is the perfect example of that, right? Like, what if Krillin and Vegeta both didn't fuck the bed?
Like, there's some that are really cool, like for Future Trunks, what if for him is like, what if he goes to the Tournament of Power so Frieza isn't recruited? But, like, for everyone like that, another one is like, oh, what if Goku, well actually no, there's a really cool one for Goku where, what if he saves Piccolo early, and then just fucking kills Cell before he absorbs anyone? But yeah, it's just, like I said though, I'm waiting for DLC.
Yeah.
I want to, even though I don't like Beast Gohan, I also want to play as Beast Gohan and see how he feels and like see what the DLC has on offer. To see if they add any more story content. If they don't, I'll probably just rush through the story mode and then like be done with it. Because the online play of Sparking Zero is fucking ass.
I mean, the thing about Sparking Zero and the Budokai Tenkaichi games, which is what, you know, this is Budokai Tenkaichi 4. This is the Budokai Tenkaichi 4 that we all wanted, to a certain extent. Yeah. And the thing is, those games were always a toy box to mash your action figures into each other. Which
is fine, but it's frustrating going online and only seeing the Gogetas and the other...
No, that's what I mean, is like, it was never designed to be played against randos, I think.
Yeah, and I
like, the idea was that you played by yourself or with friends.
Yeah.
And and the problem, so I think what part of the blame for this is fighters, in the sense that they were like, oh, is Sparking Zero going to be the next competitive Dragon Ball game? And the FGC got really into it, and I'm like, no, that's not what this was made for at all. I think that was not the point at all.
I think the problem is like with fighters, is it took so long for us to finally get rollback that a lot of people just stopped giving a shit about the game. And so people jumped onto Sparking Zero as like a palate cleanser. And then, like, I think it's fine that Sparking Zero doesn't have a player base anymore, really, like a big one, compared to other games, because, you know, it's kind of finite. I just feel like, I don't know. I mean, it's still better than most other anime games. Most anime IPs wish they had the amount of good games, and even okay games that Dragon Ball had.
Yeah.
Which, again, I think is just because of, like, the sheer scale of Dragon Ball, more than anything.
I don't know, because, like, how many good One Piece games are there? There's, like, Pirate... It's like Pirate Warriors, and then what? That's it, right?
There's quite a few, like, mid to decent RPGs. Well, here's the thing. Again, I was gonna say, One Piece, sadly, maybe in Japan, but, you know, even in Japan, I don't think One Piece can just match the sheer scale, right? Like, it blows Dragon Ball out of the water in terms of quality, but in terms of quantity...
Didn't One Piece have a Macy's Day Parade balloon?
Yeah, but, like, anyone can get into the Macy's Day Parade nowadays.
Dragon Ball did it first.
Yeah, it's not even that Dragon Ball did it first, it's the fact that, like, One Piece is big, it's just that, I don't know, I really do feel like a lot of series just do not know how to handle IPs that aren't Dragon Ball when it comes to games. I would also say, though, Bandai Namco needs to get the fuck off a lot of, like, anime IPs.
Yeah, they really don't need all the arena fighters.
The what? The One Punch Man game was dog shit. The Fairy Tail RPG was apparently liked, but no one I know... Well, no, that's wrong to say. I don't feel like it got the success people would have liked. Who knows, maybe this new Hunter x Hunter fighting game will be successful.
Hunter x Hunter, ironically, is shaping up to be very popular in the FGC, which is very funny to me.
Like, Naruto genuinely cannot have a game that does well unless it's Ninja Storm, and I don't even think this new one did very well, you know.
Ninja Storm did okay.
I mean the newest one.
I don't... The Boruto one?
The Bork one,
No,
yes.
there's like a newest one.
Oh, well, our complete non-knowledge of its existence should tell you what you need to know about that
come
one.
out yet, but I'm sure... How do I describe it? Either it came out and didn't do very well, or it's not come out yet, but no one, like... talks about it. Connections, that's the newest one, I think.
Never heard
Oh,
of it.
yeah.
Oh,
Was
it
that-
one? No, I think there's a newer one.
No, yeah, because I thought Connections was, like, old.
It might be Connections, then. I don't know, I was thinking of another one, but I think that might be thinking of 4? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
regardless, like, Sparking Zero is a fun sandbox, but
It's a fun
What's more?
sandbox, but I think, like, unless you're really willing to get into making custom battles, which are actually quite limited, it's wide but not deep.
could you argue that about Smash Ultimate too?
Yeah, that's kind
Smash
of... Well,
Ultimate,
okay.
though, had, like, the World of Light mode that you could, like, dick around with, and I'd also say Smash Ultimate has the crossover aspect over something like Dragon Ball.
Right, that's fair.
Because, like, although I will say, I don't think Smash, since Brawl, has actively made the crossover element feel like a really good thing. Because the fact that none of the characters really interact is really bad.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Anyway, I think we should just start wrapping up on the 2 Dragon Ball games.
Yes.
Fields of Mistria?
Yeah,
yes,
let's move
my
on.
beloved.
To Fields of Mistria.
I adore Fields of Mistria. It's probably the only game this year that I have stayed up until 3 in the morning more than once playing it. The only reason I'm not playing it right now is because I'm waiting for more content to drop. But I believe the new update that came out has added, like, extra things. The best way I've described it to people is it feels like Stardew Valley, but a lot more chill. There's a lot
Which
more...
is... Okay. Can I just say... Stardew Valley is already a very chill game.
Yeah, but the thing is that in my opinion, I feel like it's very easy to get lost in the source of Stardew Valley in the sense of capitalism. I'm not
Okay,
saying you
fair.
have to be hyper-capitalist to do well at Stardew, but I feel like it's very easy to get, again, lost in that source, and...
And that's especially true in Infinity Nikki. What?
I've actually wanted to get into that game.
I've heard it's good.
But yeah, with Fields of Mistria, there's a lot more... There's things in that game that have only been added into Stardew via mods. So, like, for example, you know where every villager is on the map? Just because. Whereas Stardew's needed mods for that, I don't think it's a problem to not have that as a thing, but it's nice to have. In Fields of
Quality of life feature.
In Fields of Mystery, you can jump, so you don't have to, like, mine a rock to get through a path. I mean, you might still have to, but you can jump over things. It has magic. It's pretty bare bones, the magic, but you can do stuff like make it so it's rainy. so you don't have to water your plants for the day. You can do it so in like a 3x3 area, you can instantly grow crops. What's the other one now? There's a third one that I'm blanking on. But there's a lot of... Oh, that's it. It's a full heal. Like a full HP and stamina heal. Which you don't really have in Stardew. Which, again, I don't think is a problem. You know, Fields of Mystery is its own game. But I like that as a mechanic. And again, it's quality of life things that... Again, I don't think Stardew needs, but I like that Fields of Mystery has them.
Yeah.
Other things that I like is I actually really like the art style. They really went out of the way to, like, make the character designs feel like they're from a shoujo manga. There's even a character who... And she's the only one that does this, but she can do, like, a noblewoman's laugh. And when she does, you actually hear the character do a noblewoman's laugh.
Nice.
And I also just like Fields of Mistria because it's very charming in the sense where I think one of the things I like about... Yeah, cozy. Because one of the things I like about Stardew, I like that even though it's on the surface a bit of a cutesy farm sim game, it's also kind of like grim. Not grim, but dark. You know, you get stuff like how capitalism is ruining the town. You know, there's little subplots like that. There's the whole thing where, like, one of the romance options might be an illegitimate child because her mum may have slept around. And there's stuff like that in the game. You know, there's, like, characters having affairs and all this and that. Whereas Fields of Mistria, I was kind of waiting for that. And then it just doesn't do that. And I really like that. Like, it's nice just having these characters on the surface be really cute, nice people, and everyone being nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're getting at is that...
It's like the
Fields of
Dragon Age
Mistria-
Inquisition problem.
Well, no, I was gonna say, Fields of Mistria is sounding much more like Game Boy Harvest Moon.
Yeah. I also...
Then
One of the things I love
Stardew
about
Valley.
the characters as well is because, you know, like Stardew, you can romance anyone. Well, not anyone, but, you know, you can...
Yeah.
The romanceable options aren't, like, lots.
Yeah.
I don't think you can actually romance anyone yet. They're planning to add it. But, and I'll post it in the general chat, these are the current romanceable characters. And I like that they're all very different. It's like the woman on the middle right, she's like the oldest female so far, but she's like a doctor. And then you've got like the guy in the middle, the male in the middle, where he's like, you know, a beefy dude. You know, you can even see like tan lines and stuff on him because he'll wear no shirt sometimes. But I like that they're all very different, but still within that shoujo art style. And I also like that all the characters actually change outfits based on seasons.
I can appreciate because like Stardew just doesn't.
And I don't even think Stardew needs to have that. But it's nice. I like media where characters actually change their fucking clothes. I don't like in a lot, especially anime, where characters never change their clothes, and it just doesn't look right to me that like a lot of the cast of a lot of anime wouldn't change their outfits. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but like.
No, you're not alone.
But yeah, and you know, like, how do I describe it? Again, the game just feels very cozy. It's very nice. It's very charming. Again, I was spending ages staying up playing it because I was like, it became one of them where it's like, you know what? I have this thing I can do like the next in-game day. I should really get this done. Then I can save and come off it. And then, you know...
5 hours later, you're still saying the same thing.
Yeah, then I'm like, oh, it's 2 a.m. No wonder I'm so exhausted. I think, again, because it feels less stressful than Stardew Valley, for me personally, that's partly why I've enjoyed it so much. Because I can just have a day where I'm doing fuck all in game apart from maybe chopping down a shit ton of trees, and that feels completely fine with me.
I mean, that is an issue that I have with Stardew, and it's a me issue, to be fair. But, you know, it's a game that's meant to be played to relax, and I found myself not relaxing and taking the whole farming aspect of it incredibly seriously, and, you know, fucking planning out fucking fields and all that shit. And...
To be fair with Fields of Mistria, I have already broke the economy.
Okay.
It's... I mean, I don't... Any game that has a farming aspect, I feel like, is very easy to break the economy. You just need to know how to play the game. You need to know what is the most easily abusable crop to grow. It's
Is that an Animal Crossing?
Yeah, like, any game has it. There's always ways to break an in-game economy.
Yeah.
The turnip stock market has an existence.
And, you know, like, part of the thing with Fields of Mystery as well is that you level up the town's rating. You have stuff like the museum, where donating to the museum gives you points to your town rating. Another thing I forgot. You don't have to go all the way back to the museum to know what you've donated to the museum.
Oh, thank
The objects just have an icon that says this is already given to the museum, so you can just sell them or save them as gifts to people.
Yeah.
You know, even just selling shit in the bin gives you points towards the town. I leveled up my when I finally decided to break the economy. I think I leveled up my town by like 3 levels. And there's cute little things in the game, like every Friday evening in game, if you go to the inn, different groups of characters are doing different activities. And eventually, once you've gone through every cycle of those things, different characters form different groups to do different activities. So, like, for the first loop, a bunch of the cast members are playing poker, and the dumb himbo is constantly winning at poker. And all the adults are getting genuinely angry at him for being that good at the game. Then meanwhile, all of the children are like plotting to raid one of the characters' bedrooms because they believe he has a secret and they want to know what it is. And in the end they don't. They fail. But it's just cute that, like,
Yeah.
kids being kids. And then, you know, for the next loop, they have like a D&D session. And the GM is actually one of the children who's like... What is it? The plot is like, she's basically the queen of the country. And her next heir would be one of the party members. And they have to do different things to curry her favour.
Okay.
And the most standoffish character in the cast, who's part of this TTRPG group, is the one who's in the clear running to be her heir, just because he's standoffish enough that he's not, like, causing problems for in the setting.
Yeah.
And there's just loads of little bits like that where there's, like, really charming moments. It's nice having a cast that all interact with each other as well. Whereas I like Stardew, and again, I'll repeatedly say this, it doesn't have to do it, but, like, there are some characters that just will never interact, and it feels like a shame. But, yeah, I mean, I could go on about more Fields of Mistria, but I also have Dawntrail to gush about.
Yeah, let's move on to the next game, which is...
I may have to accuse myself for this conversation,
No
because
problem. I'm not going to be going into spoilers.
Okay, that's fine then. Because I
Gen
will admit...
I don't know if Gen will eventually play it.
Probably not for a few years.
But
Which is fine. That's...
For Dawntrail, I've said this before to people, it is tied for my second favorite expansion in Final Fantasy XIV. From most favorite to least favorite, it's Heavensward is my number one favorite. Shadowbringers and Dawntrail are tied. Then it depends on how I feel. Sometimes it's Endwalker, sometimes it's Stormblood. That's 4. Then sometimes it's Endwalker or Stormblood for my second least favourite, and then it's A Realm Reborn at dead last.
Which just seems to be the general consensus.
I mean, a lot of people love Endwalker. I just didn't.
No, the general consensus being ARR is dead last.
It doesn't help that it had, like, such a rocky start. But yeah, I love Dawntrail. Like, it felt like such a breath of fresh air compared to Endwalker. Because, you know, with Dawntrail, you're just going into an extremely, really faithfully, like, portrayed Latin America. You know, they actually have Latino voice actors for most of the cast in the expansion. And even just the effort they've done into, like, the culture feels really rich and just really engaging to watch. And it's just nice having, like, a world-building expansion that also feels very light-hearted and jovial. It's not without its dark parts, but it feels very refreshing to me. And I will
say...
Yeah?
Go ahead. Well, I was gonna say that Dawntrail, from everything I've heard of it, seems to be what they would do with 1.0 if they could go back and do it again.
I can believe that. But, yeah, it's just... Like, it's nice knowing that after dealing with Endwalker, you know, the Ascians are all dealt with, like, there's no final days. It's just nice knowing that, like... You know, the idea of you're basically going on a holiday, so to speak. You know. And...
Like, there's something to be said, and, like, this is something that, like, a lot of games really struggle with, and, like, one of the things that, like, makes Metaphor really work, Persona really work, and parts of Veilguard really work, is, like, this idea of character downtime.
Yeah.
Where, like, this is an expansion that sounds to me like it's entirely character downtime, in a good way.
So I will say, and it's not really a spoiler, but I don't like how the Scions are used in Dawntrail. If you play it, you'll probably understand it by the first dungeon alone.
Oh.
But I don't like how they're used. I would have been fine if most of the Scions didn't feature in the game. But a lot of that comes down to the fact that since Shadowbringers, when they did the whole thing of, oh, you can go in dungeons with NPCs, Dawntrail very much feels written around that gameplay mechanic, for better or worse. More times worse, in my opinion. It's not a big deal breaker, but it did impact my enjoyment of the expansion a bit. But who knows? I believe Yoshi P has even said he is aware that people didn't like how the Scions were used, and they are planning on rectifying that come further down the line. But also, speaking of the dungeons and the combat mechanics, I think every single dungeon in Dawntrail is really fun.
What's been the thematic? Like, what's the...
Well, because it's based in, like, Latin America, there's a lot of, like, you know, kind of like Aztec and Mayan temples.
Right. I guess more of my question, like, if Realm Reborn, I mean, if Heavensward is, like, pulling from, say, like, FF12 and...
9. It's very much pulls from 9. There's a there's a clear Garnet and, like, Steiner XP, for example.
Okay.
But yeah, like the amount of stuff in the dungeons feels very fun. The fights don't feel solved, or if they do feel solved because, like, you know, it's easy to figure out the mechanics, they still feel engaging. Like, I'm so, maybe this probably is a bit of a bias, but I'm so used to previous dungeons that I can almost never get hit by a mechanic because they're just so easy to do. Whereas I'm still kind of no-lifing Dawntrail, and I'm still struggling with some mechanics, but it feels fun because of that. Like, the game doesn't feel hard, but it very much feels like a game where I'm past level 90. I shouldn't feel like a baby. Like I'm being treated like a child. And yeah, it's
To be fair, that is the MMO problem.
I think 14's just really bad at that, though. But I also don't think it helps, though, is that, like... Again, because dungeons are designed... More recent dungeons are designed around having NPCs fight with you. Mechanics get very dumbed down. But, more to the point, that was it. But, like, the bosses all feel really fun to me. It's actually been the first expansion where I really want to do Savage and Extremes. Because the mechanics feel genuinely fun. There's one of the bosses, when it comes to the tank busters, the boss will move its head around different parts of the arena, and you have to basically stand behind the tank in one of the directions, because that's the safe zone. Because it basically hits the tank with a fireball, and the rest of the area is basically covered in fire. So it's like the tank is having to block the hits with their body, and people have to stand behind the tank. And there's loads of really cool... And there's really cool just engaging stuff like that in a lot of the fights. And even just like the classes all feel really fun. Like the two new classes, Pictomancer and Viper, both feel really fun. Pictomancer, though, I'm also in the same camp, is too strong.
I hope they never nerf it.
I hope they do.
Also, listen, I love Viper and Pictomancer. Viper overstimulates me.
I'd love Viper.
Listen, I don't know if we just have different brains for this sort of thing. The fact that I can never tell what move is actually happening, so I've just pressed the buttons and hope for the best.
Do you like Black Mage?
Oh, yes.
See, I don't like Black Mage.
Ah, I see. So that's where we're at then.
I'm glad we figured out the brain.
I don't dislike Black Mage, I just don't enjoy Black Mage by comparison. But
I'm the Black Mage main. I love it. Can't play Monk to save my life, even though I love the flavor of the class.
See, I can play Monk.
Yes, okay, so we're seeing the problem here.
Yeah, what I was saying though, I like the new classes. Viper feels very fun for me. Pictomancer's too OP, but if you want to play a really easy class that just does big stonking damage, it's great.
I will say, instead of nerfing Pictomancer, what if we just gave everyone a level 30,000?
Then they would have to make the content a lot more nasty to match.
Oh no, you just bump up the numbers a little bit.
The problem is though, 14 is constantly in this pendulum state of this gameplay thing is too easy. Oh, this gameplay thing is too hard. And buffing everything to compensate, I feel like would then make the game unbearable.
No, I know. I'm just.
Content. It would be funny.
It's just. It would. That's mainly why I'm saying it, because it's always hilarious.
But yeah, like what I was saying though. Yeah, I just love Dawntrail. Like even the side characters all feel very engaging. I haven't laughed out loud so much in a 14 expansion than I have in Dawntrail. And I haven't actually cried as much as I have in an expansion until Dawntrail.
The first one I can get. The second one is a bit more of an interesting.
So, one of the themes of Dawntrail is about the idea of like overcoming cultural barriers by making the attempts to understand each other. And it feels like a very resonant theme, especially given with current like events. Like, it feels really nice to have a story just playing straight the idea of that we can overcome prejudice and like societal issues by just making that effort for everyone on both sides. And it's just for me it feels very, what's the word? It just feels very nice to have like that kind of story. Like, you know, it's very much a fictional thing, you know. It's very easy to say, oh, if we come together and understand each other, we can overcome anything. But it's just nice having a story that's playing that kind of thing straight.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that. I will say, as a broader comment on Dawntrail, or FF14 rather, I do sometimes feel that 14 suffers from being an MMO.
Yes, but it also wouldn't get anywhere near where it has gotten to without. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, because...
No, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, it's not a game, it's a game and its many sequels, really, to a certain extent. And while that has happened in the Final Fantasy series in the past, I don't think FF14, even if you consider from 1.0 to Endwalker to be one complete story and arc, that is not a story that would have ever been told, or a game that would have ever been made if it wasn't an MMO.
Yeah. I will say, though, because the first patch story of Dawntrail has already come out, and I adore it, like the MSQ. If Dawntrail continues at the pace that it's at, I could see myself being very excited for the next expansion. As like a big glowing recommendation of Dawntrail N14 going forward. Not only just from story, but also the combat. Because I really like what some of the abilities are for level 1 up to level 100. And the dungeons also feel very fun as well, like I've said before. I know it's funny because like the character Wuklamat is very contentious. I say contentious, it's more the fact that she is voiced in English by a trans woman. And 14 has... I will say 14 has a really bad problem with bigotry. It's crazy how many people are anti LGBTQ in 14. But, you know...
Which is
it's
the funniest...
MMO in the modern era.
Yes, it's MMO in the modern era, so that's obviously exacerbated. But what the funniest part of it is just how much higher the proportion of the LGBT plus community, like the player base, like at least the Western player base. I won't speak to the Japanese or European player base, but the North American player base, I feel like has a much higher proportion of LGBT plus players.
I would
than the
also
general
argue,
population.
at least compared to Europe, there's also more North American players than there are Europe.
Well, I'm saying proportionally, like
Yeah,
if you go by
fair.
percentages.
I mean, I was told to make my character on Diabolus, so I never actually got the chance to interact with the European side of the fandom. But yeah, I don't actually know. I don't really have my finger on the pulse when it comes to the European side, but I believe it's quite sizable, the LGBTQ fan base anyway. But
Well, yeah, just the fact that it's like such a big part of the community makes it doubly like mind-boggling that so much of the rest of the community is bigoted.
I mean, this isn't a stream about the culture war that's currently going on, especially in game media, but I don't think it helps that its size has unfortunately drawn those kinds of people in who, you know, don't
Are the
like
worst.
the woke. Yeah. Because it even got to a point where Yoshi P himself said for people to, like, knock it off with the voice actress and treating her the way people had. Which is upsetting that should even have to happen. There are problems I have with Wooklamat as a character. I don't think voice acting should be in the conversation when 14 has never been a game with consistently good voice acting. It does have very good voice acting, but a lot of characters, especially recurring and prominent characters, are not always well consistently voice acted.
Please.
I haven't played Stormblood. The last time I was in Stormblood was 2 years ago. I do not remember Lise very well. I remember Fancred being consistently...
I'm replaying Stormblood. So I'm replaying Stormblood now. The first time I played Stormblood, it was in Japanese. And I will say, the dialogue's got a lot less sauce in Japanese.
Yeah.
It's like much more plain and sort of like...
I know a lot of Japanese players who actually play the game in English because the localization has that much sauce.
Yeah, like in Japanese, everyone basically speaks like they're kind of in a high school setting in anime. Like I don't know if they speak like normal people speak in Japan, because I don't know what that is, but they basically speak like how anime portrays normal people as speaking. Which just makes sense in a lot of cases.
I'm with my comments about the voice acting, I'm not speaking about Japanese, French.
No, but I was gonna say,
I think it's Dutch is the other voice option, but in English at least, I would say 14 is, apart from a few voice actors, a lot of the 14 characters are very inconsistently voiced.
Yeah, I will say, as someone who's been going through, I've gone through it in Japanese and I'm going through it again in English, and there are some voices that are just worse because they don't have the person. Like, you know, the biggest sticking point for me has been?
Who?
Raban.
Yeah.
I think the English voice actor is fine, but the emotion and the sheer, like...
I liked Raban.
Like, it just does not hit the same levels of, like, this is a hot-blooded shonen dad.
Voice acting at Dwarf 2.
What was that, sorry?
Nothing will top a Raban holding a Wild Lafella 2.
Yeah, like, the sort of vocalization that the Japanese voice actor does for Raban has just been missing from Heaven's Ward and Stormblood. We don't talk about the ARR English cast.
I will say, I think a few of the ARR English voice cast were fine, or even good. Because some of them were big names. It just didn't help that they cast Sam Riegel as fucking Alphino. Like, Talos and Jaffa's Fancred was great. I actually really didn't like Fancred at first, because he got the change, but now I like it. But, yeah, it's just, I wouldn't mind, especially going back to Dawntrail. They actually re-recorded a few of Wooklamat's voice lines.
Yeah,
and it's clear it's a direction standpoint. Because with the newly recorded voice lines, the voice acting sounds really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, voice direction is very important, and that's the majority of the time people are complaining about voice acting. What they should be complaining about is generally voice direction.
But
No, continue.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna just jump on that, so go for it.
Yeah, like, there's like Thancred's my favorite character in 14. There's a lot of times where I'm like, this guy should have, like, Peter Bramhill, because that's his English voice, that's his name, should have been given a few more takes. Just again, like, I don't know. It's really upsetting that there's like such a big bigotry problem. I mean, there still is. I mean, a lot of fandoms do. That's not to say that it should happen. And this isn't the kind of stream where it's like, this isn't the stream that to talk about that. But I love Dawntrail. Like I said, rate it just as highly as Shadowbringers, and I love Shadowbringers. That should hopefully be enough of a glowing recommendation to try Dawntrail. And hey, it's actually on sale right now.
Right.
30% off.
Let's move on then to our next, well, it's a pair of games because it is Hades and Hades 2.
How about you, Hades nuts?
I mean, I
the
included
bisexual disaster of a game series.
I included Hades 1 because I've played it for the first time this year. And as somebody
Did you
who
get the
has
epilogue?
I think so, yeah. I finished.
What?
I got out of hell 10 times. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I still haven't gotten Hades, so but feel free to talk about spoilers because I'm waiting until the game's out of early access.
No, that's fair. I've played it a bit, not a huge amount, and then I got completely distracted by Veilguard. But
Listen, I know what the name is of the protagonist of Hades 2, but it's so much more funny to call her Melanie. Not because I think it's a better name, but I think it's very funny to just give her a generic white girl name. For many reasons. I will say...
Greek culture?
Look, that's an entirely separate conversation that you can have, but so Mill,
yeah.
why don't you give your take on Hades first? Because Hades is a game that I have a long and storied relationship with.
I mean, as you said earlier in this, way earlier in the stream, probably a good 2.25 hours ago now, I'm not a huge fan of roguelikes. They just aren't really my kind of game. But I found myself actually getting really into and really enjoying Hades. To the point where, I did end up going out of my way to get Hades 2 even in early access.
I think a big part of why Hades works compared to a lot of other roguelikes is the fact that even death is technically progression. Because you dying might mean, oh, well now I can talk to Meg and continue that side quest. Or, oh, maybe I can hear another funny quip from Hypnos. Maybe, oh, now I have enough to, like, buy a new weapon.
Or upgrade the weapon you've got.
Yeah. Also, by the way, what's your favourite weapon in Hades? Because depending on your answer depends on if Felix is going to stay alive in the campaign. It's serious business.
I think my favourite was probably the bow.
I see. 1 second, I'm just going into character sheets in Roll20. No, I'm joking anyway.
Also, it's funny it's funny that you brought up Felix and Hypnos very soon after each other, because
Yeah.
So, my
So, actually,
relationship...
can I just
Yes.
jump in really quick? I also really like Hades. I have my whole thing with the fists has been a whole thing. I've learned a lot about myself in that. So, just as a note, Continue, Fuzzy.
So I think my relationship with Hades is actually more a reflection of my relationship with Supergiant. Because I have kind of been on the Supergiant train from day one. As in, like, Bastion.
Based.
So Bastion into Transistor into Pyre, which is, I think, a criminally underrated game. It's a bit like...
They're so good.
It can be a bit weird in places, but it is, like, I think, very underrated. Especially relative to Supergiant's other stuff. And as a result, Hades was actually, I went into it with a lot of trepidation. Because I'm like, but I want the Supergiant, or is it Supermassive? I always forget. I always get them and the Until Dawn creator mixed up.
I actually don't know.
Anyway, whichever. I was like, but I want my like deep, rich, story-driven game that's single player and also like a game from start to finish that has, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah. Supergiant, by the
And
way.
like, okay, yeah, Supergiant, Supermassive is the Until Dawn people. So I was very skeptical because I thought they were like, okay, are they just chasing an industry trend by making it a roguelite? And I was very pleasantly surprised because they managed to tie in the roguelite elements to the story in a way that very few other games bother to.
Yeah.
And it definitely does feel like the game is better for it. Which is not the case for a vast majority. Well, okay. That's a different conversation, but I do think Hades is better for it.
No,
And I think
speak your shit. You were cooking then. I agree with you.
yes, I
You
think
were
there are
absolutely
probably
cooking with what you were gonna finish saying.
yes, I think there's a lot of roguelites that do not benefit from being roguelites at all.
Yeah. Yeah, speak your shit, King.
And I think Hades is the very rare exception to that rule. Because it managed to marry them in a way that combines... I will say, I miss the narrator.
Is the narrator not in the sequel?
Different narrator.
No,
I need to take Hades 2 off my wish list.
No, but the thing about Hades is that like it managed to kind of tick both sets of boxes, which is very hard to do and basically has not been done since, more or less. Maybe Hades 2. I still reserve judgment on Hades 2 just because, you know, early access. But I think the magic of Hades, other than the fact that it was a bisexual disaster game, is that it managed to, like, catch two types of fish with the same net. Someone needs to, like, there was a bisexual joke there.
I mean, I caught it.
Yes. But I think, like, the way that they kept it very gameplay focused with the way that with a relatively limited selection of weapons and boons, but still kept it, like, it's a very... So I'm saying this from the perspective of a person who mostly plays roguelikes.
Yeah.
The balance... Okay, go ahead again.
I was gonna say, like, it's... As someone who doesn't like roguelikes, it's a great version. It's a great one of... Because, like,
I was gonna say, someone who has only kind of dabbled in roguelikes, I really loved Hades. I've not played it in, like, over a year, but I've sunk 80 hours into it. The only reason I probably wouldn't sink any more into it is because, like, I've done most of the game, and unless I want to put my dick in a meat grinder, that is, like, some of the later packs of punishment, like...
So, okay, and that's... Okay, go ahead.
But I feel accomplished with my time, and I do really want to get Hades too.
And that's the beautiful thing about Hades, is that you can play it as a single-player RPG and just finish the story and never touch it again, or you can completely ignore the story and just runs forever.
Mm.
And the fact that it can appeal to both audiences is really
Yeah,
where it's
'cause
structured.
I think if it had been the latter, I would not have been able to be interested in it at all.
And Gen, what were you gonna say?
No, just like it's one of those games where like I struggle with these games in that they like always feel like I'm missing something. And this was not a game where I felt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't a
Yeah.
game where I felt like I missed something or there was a storyline that I didn't because I was bad at the game.
Yeah, it's a very like it will reward you for either way you want to play. And I think the thing I'm trying to get at is the balance of Hades, the base game, is just something like both in terms of game mechanics and balancing gameplay and story and like balancing reward and risk and all of those things. Hades is just a very well crafted game to the point where I strongly believe Hades is in a similar situation to something like Cradle, in the sense that it's such a shining example of all of its genre done well that it's very hard to get into anything other than it after you've already experienced it.
Oh shit, the Outer Worlds 2 is a thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, can we not deal with that?
Witcher 4 as
Outer
well.
World Wilds.
The world.
Ah, I see.
Also, Bloodborne 2 hasn't been announced.
No, that's bullshit. That can't
Look.
There's apparently going to be a co-op game from FromSoft in the same world as Elden Ring.
Are they gonna nut up and hire the seamless co-op guys?
Maybe they already have. Maybe the spare money from the Kadokawa deal
God.
that Sony gave them, like...
Oh god. Let's not think about that
Yeah.
too hard.
Anyway, I think we should probably move on in the effort of trying not to make this a 4-hour stream.
Actually, if we are done with Hades, I want to ask, Athena Dash?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comes back.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
All right. Let's move on then to our next game, which is
Hades 2.
Honkai
Oh
Dawntrail.
no. Can we just skip this one?
I won't have a lot to say. Don't
I just
worry.
wanted to. This was mostly because you had Zenless on there, so I was like, maybe we should just do a check-in, but we don't have to.
So,
I mean, I was planning on it being sort of because it's all a part of the fucking, what is it, Hoyoverse?
yeah.
I was just planning to have that be the final thing, to be honest.
I mean, I weren't really gonna talk much about Zenless either, and I don't really have much to say about Genshin. So, with Star Rail, this version's been so fucking weird, version 2, because the Penacony story peak, actually some really, really good storytelling. Then they were like, oh, what if we just make the story fucking dog shit? Because we go back to the Lofu, like the China region, and then they decided, oh, what if in a main version story we basically do an anime film where we introduce a bunch of characters, we glaze the ever-loving shit out of them, and then they just leave, and you never have to give a shit about them again.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have to go. 1 second.
And that's basically what part of the latter half of this version for Star Rail was. And then they decided, oh, what if we make the story good again and go back to the place that people actually liked? Because this new patch has actually had a really good story. But it's very sad that it's really quick compared to the previous patch story they did, where they introduced a new character, gave her a really long story just for this one character, and it's just like... And she's not that... How would I describe it? She's not that important to the plot. Whereas this new patch story has two very important characters. And again, they don't get a lot of screen time. Not a lot of screen time, sorry. The story's just very short, I should say. I also might probably not keep playing Star Rail too much in the future because it's getting very greedy. I sung its praises initially. Now I'm at the point where I'm going to be retracting that statement soon because they're putting out more 5 stars than there are 4 stars. And the power creep is just obscene. Like, it's just bad. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Alright, let's move on then to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Have you guys played this yet, or?
Not yet, no. I might play, especially considering I can get it through Game Pass.
All I know is that it's got people punching Nazis. And it's been really fun watching Twitter comments go on and say, where they'll just say, "Oh, but Trump still won," and it's like,
I mean, no, but like, did you want to? This is the most Indiana Jones has ever felt. In that, like, I felt things hearing the Indiana Jones theme.
Yeah.
Right, like, the intro mission is just the beginning of Raiders. It's just that.
Yeah.
And, like, you feel good things. It feels like you're playing Indy. Troy Baker does a really good job. I know how people feel about Troy, but, like, he actually does a really good job. He sounds like Indy. Which is, like a thing. You know, there's a lot of really fun quips, a lot of really fun, like, interactions. It's mostly a stealth game, which I find interesting. It's got really fun...
That's really cool.
It also has, like, really fun friction. Like, so, you know how in most stealth assassin games, your character can pick up the bodies of their defeated enemies and, like, hold them indefinitely? Not the case.
Oh, can he just fucking drop them?
Your stamina black out. You fucking black out.
Oh my god, what?
It's great. You have no stamina in the beginning, and it's
You're only just talking about Stardew Valley, like, what, an hour ago?
It's so good. It's so fun. Like,
it's so funny, says, describing what sounds like a really awful mechanic.
No, it's, like, actually a really good, like...
I believe you.
Indy doesn't feel like this kind of, nightmare Superman.
Yeah.
You know?
That was always the case in Indiana Jones anyway. He was never, like, a one-man army.
They nailed that.
That's good.
And I
Do
think,
you lose stamina when you punch Nazis, though?
Yes, unfortunately. However...
To be fair, I would be drained, even talking to a Nazi, or even having to look at one, so I understand.
Never talks to the Nazis. It's like, that's the other fun thing. It's like, one of the other big bits about this game is, like, the characters, like Indy wears disguises to get around like the Vatican or whatever.
Oh my god,
And-
man.
One of the things like you have to do, like because you're taking place in like 1930s Rome, is that like there's a lot of questions around, and he will never say hello to them. He will never say hi. Like they will interact with him, but he will not interact with them.
That's cool.
And like, it came out too late to be in the Game Awards, but it would have been Game of the Year this year. Easy.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that, to be honest.
Like I'm sorry, Dragon Age of the Veilguard and Metaphor ReFantazio, but Indiana Jones had your number, and it just came in a little bit too late.
Damn. My man's popped out of that fucking refrigerator and was like, hello.
Yeah, it was great.
The refrigerator survived the explosion that was Metaphor.
But yeah, we can move on. I just wanted to
Yeah.
sing that
How's
game's
the whip
praises.
work?
You use it to disarm enemies, and you use it for parkour.
Oh, very cool.
To like climb up walls and stuff.
You can trip people up as well, can't you?
Yeah,
Be kinky with it as well, can't you?
sure.
I mean, the only reason I know about the trip people up is because of the fucking whip guy on Instagram. Jacques the Whipper.
Yes. I know that one.
They've announced the new Tekken character.
Oh god.
It's Clive from 16.
Why?
I'm sad it's not Tifa.
That makes so much more sense.
I actually would have bought the game if it was Tifa. No joke.
Sorry. But we can continue to Indy. I mean, not Indy, Like a Dragon.
Yeah, let's move on then to
So,
Like a Dragon,
Like a-
Infinite Wealth.
oh, perfect timing. So, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, easily one of my top 3 of the whole franchise. Of Like a Dragon games.
May I just interject for one moment?
Sure.
I believe I will have to leave. In hindsight, I was not ready for a 6-hour stream, which I
It's not gonna
think.
be 6 hours, but yeah.
Look, we are at I on the alphabetical list.
Hell
So,
now,
3 hours
thank
in.
you.
And I'm sure Mill isn't gonna, like, yap about Motorsport Manager that much.
I'm not
Oh,
the
that's
one
okay.
yapping about it. Thank you.
Oh.
That's me.
Oh,
But
well,
I'm
yeah,
afraid-
I was right then, weren't I? Mill isn't gonna yap
Yeah,
about it.
you were right.
I'm afraid I am out of time
Alright.
for the day. So I will be signing off early here. Thank you for having me, and good night.
Alright, see you later, Fuzzy.
But yeah, so with Infinite Wealth, it continues along the turn-based combat of Like a Dragon 7. I don't like calling it Yakuza Like a Dragon because that just sounds silly to me. But yeah, I love Infinite Wealth. It really does feel like the perfect culmination of the series, from Zero to, Infinite Wealth. It really feels like the game. They could just not do any more games, and I would be fine with it. I would even be fine not even buying anymore because I really don't like this new pirate game. I don't like the look of it, but that's for another time. But yeah, how would I describe it? Again, kind of with Dawntrail, this game made me cry the most out of any other game in the series for Like a Dragon. And I genuinely adored playing Infinite Wealth. There's so much content. I didn't even do I don't want to say I didn't do half of it, I did more than I did a lot of the content, but there's just so much. I'm not surprised. Like the devs themselves were like, "Don't do too much. Don't give yourself burnout." Yeah, it's just I really had a blast playing it. It's even just as a pure JRPG, it feels very fun. The classes are all fun, like the job classes. The characters all feel really good. Yeah, I can't rate it any higher. I mean, I wouldn't say to jump into the series from it.
Yeah.
And I also wouldn't recommend people play it unless they've actually played, like, all of the games leading up to it. Because to me, it doesn't... I don't know. Like, considering it pulls from so much of the other games,
Yeah.
it does not make sense to play it first. Or
Yeah.
even from Like a Dragon 7. Like, and I don't even recommend people really... Well, no. I think jumping onto Like a Dragon 7 is fine, but if you wanted to play Infinite Wealth, I'd recommend you just go back and play all the other games.
I will probably do it eventually. I've still got all of them.
If you did, I'd be happy to be around for a stream. If you streamed earlier...
Yeah.
If you did, like, an earlier in the day stream, I would definitely be there.
But
if not, it would be fine.
Kiwami 1 just sort of...
Kiwami 1's just not fun.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
That was sort of the issue. And I know Kiwami 2 is better. I know it's better, but it's just hard to get the time for it.
I will say, though, 2 is fun, but you might not enjoy playing 3.
Right.
I would even say it's kind of fine not playing 3. 3 is the most skippable game in the series.
Right.
And I do like 3, but I barely did any side content in 3, and I still beat the game very easily.
Yeah.
4 is fun. Like, I genuinely think 4 is one of the best games, even if only on a gameplay standpoint.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Infinite Wealth. Not much else I could really say about it without, like, going on far too much.
Alright, let's move on then to... Yeah, to next one, which is... Metaphor ReFantazio.
Not Motorsport?
Yeah, I don't know why that's like that on the thing. It should be... should be Metaphor first, then Middle-earth, then Motorsport.
Oh, no, wait, yeah, it's actually... Okay, I was looking at it wrong. I thought Motorsport was just next anyway. I didn't realise Metaphor should have actually been next.
But yeah, again, I believe this is all you.
Have you played it, Kaido?
Metaphor?
Yeah.
I've heard enough good things that I would be tempted to get it, especially someone who doesn't particularly care for Persona.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, the best way I've been able to describe it is, like, what if Persona 5 is jazz, and Persona 3 is blues? What if Metaphor ReFantazio is Baroque Latin chant?
For some reason, I thought you were just gonna say, what if Metaphor was just a good game? I don't know why.
Honestly.
I'm really excited. I would be interested to playing it, but I've also heard the ending overstays its welcome.
It's a long epilogue.
Well, I also have heard that's just Persona games as well. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Having played Original 5 and 4 Golden,
Ugh,
but I also like that the Metaphor sounds like it's actually a more mature Atlas JRPG.
It is. It's also, like, how to describe it? Like, the fact that there's no romance, they actually have, like, a really interesting theme. And also, there's like the characters feel honest, and they also, well, yes, they are tied. They're still kind of like hung up on this silent protagonist. So like Will, the main character,
Mhm.
is still very chatty.
That's good. I don't mind silent protagonists. I like it when they do stuff with them interesting. So going back to Honkai Star Rail, I actually really like that the player characters become progressively more talkative.
Yeah, no, that's a great thing. But like here, like they're still tied to it, and it's to the game's detriment. However, like Stroll is the best friend character Persona has ever had.
Damn, my boy Ryuji's got competition. Then
Like-
again, no, Junpei was also peak.
But like,
And the less said about
Stroll-
Yosuke, the better.
yes,
Okay.
Stroll is so good. He's like the best bro. His awakening is top tier. It's the most wrestling promo this game ever gets, and it's fucking amazing.
Oh, okay.
Which I think Mill would appreciate.
Probably would. I'll probably get it in at some point. I just have no idea when.
And like, as I've said before, while I think that its story could go further, and it does read like Baby's first anti-racism story, it's still a good one of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you think Metaphor would get a complete version of the game?
I think it's a complete version as in. Like, it doesn't a Persona 5 Golden.
Because I'll be honest, that's one of the things that I actually detest about Persona games, is that, like, I feel like when Gold came out, and then, when 5 obviously came out, I feel like I was kind of just waiting for the complete Persona 5 package. And having seen the stuff in Golden, in Royale, sorry, I'm a bit miss. I feel like it's not for me.
Mm.
I also just don't like games that are made with the intent of then making the
Yeah.
actual complete version down the line.
Unfortunately, certainly with Persona games, Atlas has gotten into that trend.
Yeah. However, I don't like Metaphor is a standalone. Is a game that could never see another.
That's good.
Like it doesn't need a second. It told its story.
Yeah.
And I think that's like one of its. And its twist is really fun. I really enjoyed it.
Mm.
I like even my least favorite party members have fun things. You know?
Yeah. No, that's definitely good. That's definitely good. Like I said, I'll probably get it at some point.
And like I will say, like, if this was not the year in which Dragon Age: The Veilguard came out,
Mm.
I would have. This would be my game of the year.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on then to our next game, which is Middle-earth: Shadow of War. So, I have been playing this. I think I have played this before this year, but I didn't get too far into the story. Whereas now I've actually been going through it. I still don't feel like I'm that close to anything. So I think I'm probably like maybe halfway through the game at most. I mean, it's It's good. I mean, it's as good as Shadow of Mordor was, which is a game I did enjoy. It's been made a little bit harder. The variety of enemies makes it harder to just stand in sort of a mob of enemies and just parry until you can take them out, basically. Which was something that was very easy to do in Shadow of Mordor. Obviously, there's weird bits with fucking Shelob actually being a woman and all that sort of thing. Rather than just a giant demonic spider, which is what she's supposed to be. There's also the sort of weirdness of where this comes in terms of the Lord of the Rings timeline, but it is what it is.
Also, it's supposed to be a alternate history AU type thing.
Is it? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, I know it's based before the books.
Yeah, it's based before the book series, but there's obviously it has Gollum in it, which dates it to within a couple of 100 years. But then there's a big event of a certain fucking fort nearby Mordor getting taken over, which doesn't happen or happened like 100 years before fucking Gollum was even a thing. So there's timeline fuckery.
That's why I say it's an AU.
Yeah. But yeah, it's
AU, what if Shelob was a smoking hot babe?
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not mad about that.
It's pretty good. It is a game that I can just sort of switch off and just sort of play my way through. I don't need to pay too much attention to it, which is something I do appreciate in some games.
Shadow of War and Mordor was going to be a big influence on orcs in my D&D setting. I was going to have a recurring villain be an orc that you would have dealt with, and he would have just always kept appearing, even if you did fireball or even disintegrate.
Yeah.
I'm still bitter that they patented the Nemesis system because it's such a good idea.
Yeah, no, it's a good mechanic, and yeah, it's a shame that other studios and other series won't get to use it.
They're never gonna make another one as well.
Yeah.
They're clearly not. Unless this Game Award suddenly turns around and
Yeah. But yeah, Shadow of War is an enjoyable game, and you if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings, you're absolutely going to get something out of it. Especially considering I know where the story of Shadow of War goes, and should be interesting.
I'm not gonna say.
Oh,
I was gonna say.
Yeah, this is Turok Origins. Yeah.
Oh, that's wow, huh? Not expecting that.
But yeah, let's move on to Motorsport Manager.
Hey, Bill, did you like Football Manager?
Yeah.
Do you wish that Football Manager was more goofy in its how it was more willing to be goofy and weird and really portray these people as fucking nuts, nuts psychopaths?
It's not something I've had an active thought about, but now that you've brought it up, it could be very fun.
Wait, this game came out in 2016?
Yes. So, Bill, you know how Messi and all these pro football players are fucking terrorists, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What if the game really leaned into that without worrying about pissing them off? Because they're using discount per essentially great value.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Okay, in
But
terms
with
of
motors,
in
but with
terms of
F1.
yeah, in terms of crazy shit, my bar is quite high because I played a rugby management game where legitimately I got an email about the fact that one of my players wasn't like emotionally wasn't doing very well because he was having trouble with his marriage, as if that was something that I could fix.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it is.
As if I could.
same.
Kill the wife.
You get the same email in Motorsport Manager.
Yeah, it's just...
You would also have your two drivers date each other.
Oh god! Oh god!
Aw.
I might have to
Also-
play this.
Or one of them gets real into Gregorian chant and releases an album about Gregorian chant.
Oh god!
Sometimes you just need to get it out of your system.
It's very good. It's very good, Bill. And like, it nails the like kind of like the
Who the
Like, the
fuck is
not
emailing me at 2 in the morning? Sorry.
the not statistical part of sports management.
Yeah,
Sports, right? It gets that bit. Like, these are characters.
yeah. It
They are
doesn't. It
nuts,
doesn't.
I love
It doesn't make it too realistic.
no.
Okay, yeah,
Which
yeah. I might give it a chance. I might. If it goes on sale, I'll give it a try.
it's good. I really recommend it. It's so dumb and I love it.
Yeah. Like I said, if it can match the level of like just insanity of, hey, this player's marriage is failing, you gotta do something about it. We don't have the
Like,
mechanics for you to do something about it, but we're gonna tell you like you can do something about it.
One of the things that I ran into, or not necessarily I, but like someone else I've seen, was that like one of the drivers gets real into religion,
God.
and you have to deal with them becoming essentially a cult.
Oh God.
Which is like kind of on brand, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Is it like licensed at all, or is it just
No.
like computer generated drivers?
Computer generated drivers.
Okay.
No one real is in it.
That's fair. I mean, I just
Which,
had a look
like-
at the Steam page, and there is a create your own team DLC. So
And that's what I usually do. You can be like discount Ferrari or whatever, but like you can make your own team if you really wanted to.
I mean, I was thinking about. I think you asked about it a little bit ago, but the anime Overtake. That's about
Yeah.
F4 in Japan. Yeah, I might have I might try and recreate some of the characters from there.
You can't create your own drivers. That's a thing.
Yeah.
But you can make your own team.
Right.
But
Well,
it's
yeah.
real good.
As I said,
It's a fun game.
I'll definitely give it a try. Once I'm sure it'll go on sale at some point.
Oh, it has. It will.
Yeah, but let's move on to trio of my games. First of which is actually One Piece Pirate Warriors 4 DLC. So it's the Koby combat stuff, Koby Combat Chronicles, something like that, and then like the fucking Roger and Rayleigh DLC. So the Koby game mode fucking sucks.
I tried it a little bit. It's not my favorite.
No, it fucking sucks because you get basically, if you've seen, I've played it on stream before, so you'll have heard me complain about it at length before, but I'll do it again anyway. You get, you work in 5-day segments, and each day you get a main mission and you get a sub mission. But the issue is, because of the way that Pirate Warriors 4 works, you can only have like one either text box or quest bar thing come up at once.
What?
And after every time you finish either a bit of the quest or the quest itself, you'll get dialogue, and then you have completed this mission thing pop up, and then you get to complete the day. And the stupid thing is, you are rated, as you are in a bunch of other fucking anime games, but you're rated on how many enemies you kill or defeat or whatever, in typical Muso game fashion, and also how long you take. So if you get a shit combination of missions, you can take, 6 or 7 minutes just getting through all the fucking dialogue. And when, to get the highest rank, you need to complete all 5 days in like 15 minutes. That's like so fucking awful, and it's just so frustrating. On the other hand, the Roger DLC is fucking great, because it's a mixture of different modes. You've got a basically Colosseum. You fight enemies one after another until the fight, like 10 enemies one after another, which is quite fun. You've got basically a quiz mode, which is quite enjoyable and quite fun and interesting. And some of the questions can get really fucking obscure on the hardest difficulty. You've got basically a race mode, which is quite cool and interesting. And you've got basically a game mode where you've just got to beat as many enemies as you possibly can in like a 20-minute time frame. Which is just so much fun to do, especially if you've got the right characters. And,
Right.
all of these, certainly in this second character pack, the first character pack was a little weak. It had some characters that weren't that fun to play. All of the characters in the second one, so much fun to play. All of them are so much fun to play. Like, my favorite is obviously Gear 5 Luffy, but, like... Pretty much anyone in that pack is a lot of fun to play. And then obviously you've got the final mission in the Roger DLC, which is basically the hardest mission in the game. You're fighting pretty much everyone who's anyone, basically, as you try and go through. So yeah, I really recommend the Roger DLC. Don't necessarily recommend the Koby DLC.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Though Koby is still a fun character to play. So let's move on to the next one, which is Rugby 22. As the name implies, it came out in 2022, but I've only just started playing it this year. In terms of rugby games, it's sure one of them. It's probably on the upper end of the scale, to be fair, but that's not saying much considering how shit rugby games generally are.
What made you want to play it?
Because I want a rugby game to play. And the only other good one is from 2008.
I feel that. I want a good tennis game, and Topspin just isn't it. It
Yeah.
just ain't it.
Aw, that's good. Balatro won Best Indie Game.
Good for it.
Deserved it.
But yeah, like... Rugby 22 is fine. It falls into the same potholes that, to be honest, all sports games do, of... To make it harder, it just makes it more bullshit.
Oh, it's one of those games.
Instead of actually making the other team better, it just makes things more bullshit. Like the little mini games they have to do, just more bullshit. So it is what it is. I mean, I'm still playing it. I've put in fucking... How long have I put into this game?
Are you sure you're not a victim of Stockholm Syndrome?
88 hours.
Bro,
That's a lot of sports fans.
That's more than my fucking Hades playthrough.
The point is that I can play it again. I can play it just completely on mute and just have something else on in the background.
I guess, yeah.
And I crave games like that.
Like, I don't think you understand, Kaido, in that, like, this is just sports fans.
Yeah. I mean,
We're all broken We're all broken.
I've fucking caved and I've downloaded fucking EA Sports 24 through Game Pass.
Bro.
And I hate it. I fucking hate it. I absolutely despise it. And yeah, I'll keep fucking playing it.
Makes you feel better, Bill.
By the way, was the Captain Tsubasa game any good?
Yes,
Was so
in
fun.
terms of an actual game, yeah, it's far better than any fucking, like, EA football game. Because it's actually enjoyable to play. I also, I need to play more of the Inazuma 11 game. Especially if it... Has it actually come out yet? No,
I haven't
yeah,
heard
no,
anything.
no. But yeah, when that
Holy
comes
shit,
out, I'll
is this new Onimusha?
Oh shit, they're actually doing an Onimusha.
There might be.
Huh. Yeah. Good for them. Wear the sword.
Yeah. Damn. An actual good game awards this year?
2026.
Genuinely, they've announced a lot of peak.
Yeah. But yeah, Rugby 22. If you're a rugby fan, you'll probably enjoy it. There's Rugby 25 that's currently in early access that I don't have especially high hopes for. It has apparently been getting better in early access, but I still don't trust it. But yeah, let's move on to a game that I actually did enjoy while I was playing it, which is Spiritfarer. So,
Good game. Good.
yeah, it's a game that I played for like, I want to say like maybe 3 or 4 days in January, and then it fucking broke me, like emotionally, and I put it down and I haven't gone back to it since. Like, in like a good way. I'm not saying like it was so bad it made me cry, but like the storytelling and just the nature of the story in the game is such that yeah, it broke me.
It's a good game. It's a really good one of those.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like, Fuzzy was talking about like the super giant.
Mm,
This is like also of a type
yeah.
in like the best way possible.
Mm. I mean, you know, we were talking about Stardew Valley. I very much, in my head, was comparing this to Stardew Valley because it's in the same way. You're sort of, you know, you're putting together an area, you know. But in Spiritfarer, you're creating buildings on a boat, and you've got to collect, you know, resources to do that. But there's just that little bit more of a story element to it that meant I could sort of sink my teeth into it more. And like I said, the characters were just so endearing, and I ended up caring so much about them, and especially... I can't remember what the character's name was, but it was, I mean, kind of spoilers, I guess. The concept of the game is that you are helping, basically helping people's souls move on to the afterlife, basically. You've got to help them sort of get past, their regrets in life, their sort of like baggage, basically. And one of the characters had dementia, and that, as somebody whose grandma suffers from dementia, that really hit close to home.
Oh, that, yeah. Oh my god, I forgot about that.
You can also like help out in a labor strike, if I remember correctly, which was great.
I do remember that.
And like fully come down on the side of the laborers as well. No, Spiritfarer is a really great game. I wanna try and play it again. At some point. I'll have to get back into the mindset. I don't know what the fuck I was on in last January, because I was apparently fucking waking up early and playing this game until it broke me, so I've no fucking idea. Yeah, no, this is a really good game. This is a really, really good game. But we should move on to our next one, which is Tactical Breach Wizards.
Hey, what if you could be like? What if the remember that Chimera XCOM game Chimera Squad?
Vaguely.
What if that was actually good?
Oh, okay.
Like truly though, it was real good. This is real good.
Yeah.
The characters are really endearing. It's the best strategy game I've played in a minute. The characters are really fun. The puzzle element, like the main puzzle element, is knocking people out of windows. Like, defenestrations is a stat.
What?
So, the game takes place in a world in which wizards are, like, magic and wizards are part of everyday life. Like, it's a world in which magic is, like, modern world. Like, you open up on a mission where someone is holding a silenced wand or using a wand, like, assault rifle. Huh?
Silenced one.
And your enemies in the first mission are the Druid Mafia.
Okay.
Oh, God.
It's great. Your the other main party member, like your other like main character,
Yeah.
Jan. She's a like full-on witch with lightning powers, and her main thing is punting things out windows. Truly, like she goes out windows, she kicks things out windows, and her enemy, her arch rival, her true nemesis, is a guy named Steve.
I'm sorry. I'm just on the Steam page, and I've just read part of the mature content description. The closest thing you have to a healer is a necromancer who needs to kill the patient before she can bring them back to life at full health. Not sure where that falls in all this.
She's the third character you get, and she's introduced by shooting a character in the head.
More from the Defenestration trilogy? What?
Yeah, no, this guy is a whole thing. The whole thing. This is the third game in a series that's like, this guy has done a trilogy of games like the Cornetto Ice Cream trilogy.
Right, okay.
And by the way, the Defenestration woman's like main arch nemesis is Steve, the Traffic Warlock, whose main power is summoning buses.
Yeah.
Literal buses that he rides to kill you with.
I mean, I'm liking the tone of the
Very stupid. It's very silly.
of the description as it is. Like
your training missions, like how you get characters stronger, how you kind of practice with the characters,
yeah,
is canonically your like precog character.
Yeah.
It's him pulling you into his dreams because he has severe anxiety.
God. That's
these are just his
Psychonaut
stress
shit.
It's great. Like, truly, like, a fun time. I cannot not recommend it highly enough.
Yeah.
Like, Kaido, I actually think you would really enjoy it. It's goofy in the right way.
Does sound fun.
I'm definitely adding that one to my wish list.
It's also the best strategy game I've played. It's such a fun strategy puzzle game.
Yeah.
Because like one of the best parts about it is like because one of your characters is a precog or clairvoyant, you can rewind as much as you want
Yeah.
to try and get it just right.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to go back later. Like sometimes that's just with like other characters or like different understandings. Also, it describes getting new costumes as being confident enough to wear it outside.
Okay. Okay.
Like, I cannot not sing this game's praises enough.
Yeah.
Damn Astrobot sweep.
Yeah, no, Astrobot's good. If I had a PS5, I would have played that.
Alright, let's move
That's what I
on.
wanted to say.
Metaphor won best RPG.
Yep, that sounds shocking.
Shocker. But let's move on to our next game, which is Tavern Talk.
Yeah, this is another one of mine. If Spiritfarer is a game about, is like a visual novel, like a cozy visual novel about death, this is like a cozy visual novel about the road not taken and like pushing people to take a chance.
I mean, the arts, if nothing else, the art style looks really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's like the conceit of the game is you're an implied ex-adventurer who settled down in some small podunk town, became a keeper, and like you're just kind of making drinks for the weirdos that go through your tavern as you like see their stories and learn about them and have them become regulars.
Yeah.
You're like one of the first characters you meet is an eternally anxious elf, non-binary anxious elf, who just wants to be a hero.
Yeah.
Wants to become a great hero, and it's like adorable. And your second character is the edgiest edgelord I've ever met. And then you give him a baby,
Okay.
and he's like, "Oh God, oh no, I feel things."
Yeah.
You make Batman adopt a Robin, right, and watch it in real time. But yeah, no, Tavern Talk's a great visual novel. I think Jack actually would really like it. It's like a fun story. And I haven't beaten it yet, but it's got a fun twist and like narrative arc and good.
Well, I've just seen it's got a demo, so I've added that to my library, and I'll download it once the stream's done.
Okay, but we can move on as we're going for a while.
We're rapidly approaching 4 hours. Yeah, let's move on to the Thaumaturge.
Yeah, this is hey, do you want to be a detective in pre-Russian Revolution Warsaw?
It's not a thought I've had very often, but I could be interested in it, yeah.
Also, you're a JoJo stand user, and your JoJo stands are demons. And then also you're best friends with Rasputin, of Rasputin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the conceit of this game, and it's great. It's very dark, and it's like dark and gritty, and like not in a way that's like, this is so like it's like torture porn. It's dark and gritty in the way Eastern European literature is dark and gritty.
Yeah.
Like very Witcher-esque in how it's like dark you know?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And like because it's like you're friends with Rasputin, you know, you're rapidly approaching, you know, the Russian Revolution
Yeah.
and the Romanovs. So like that's all kind of hanging in the background as you're living this life in Poland, you know, a country famously taken over and controlled by Russia.
Yeah.
And like I said, your character is a Thaumaturge, which is a JoJo stand user, but also a detective whose powers come from beating off of people's sins and vices.
Okay.
Sounds pretty cool.
No wonder you're hanging around Rasputin.
Right? And like your thing is like solve mysteries. You like read people's emotions to try and like force them to do things that you want or fight them and
Yeah.
punch them in the face.
Mm-hmm.
It is a very rough RPG, I'll say that. It's not the smoothest one I've ever played, it's not the funnest one I've ever played. But it's a fun concept.
Yeah.
And what I'd like to see, like, where this developer goes with it.
Mm. So it sounds sort of similar to. Do you remember Vampire with a Y?
Yes. It's got same
Oh
energy.
god, I forgot that game fucking exists.
It's a yes. Same energy. Really liked Vampire. Really liked this one. Want to see what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Squid Game is getting a game on Netflix Games.
The people who are fucking distributing Squid Game really have no idea what Squid Game was about, do they?
Squid?
No.
Absolutely no fucking idea what it's about. Anyway, let's move on to...
I'm probably going to have to go to bed, I'm going to be honest, because it's nearly 3 in the morning.
No, I
and
totally
I'm
understand.
exhausted.
Thank you for hanging in as long as you did.
I have work in
we can
like...
actually call like Warhammer is my last game, and I don't really have a lot to say on that.
I have work at 12 p.m. and it's nearly 3 in the morning, so I've got like
Yeah.
fucking 9 hours. It was fun being on this stream though. I had a lot of fun gushing about games.
Yeah.
I'll probably it'll be D&D when I'll
Yeah. Sunday, yeah.
yeah. Be the last one of the year, won't it?
Yeah, last one of the year.
I can't wait to end it on such a weird note where like it won't feel satisfying.
Alright. Thanks, Kado.
No
Kinda.
problem. See you later,
we
guys.
can finish
See ya.
with Vampire Therapist or WWE.
I'm gonna say, like I said before, I don't have much to say about Zenless anyway. It's fun. Probably wouldn't recommend anyone play it at this point because it's already getting a bit like power creepy. But in any case, I'll see you both later.
Alright.
So yeah.
See ya. Yeah, I do want to talk a bit about Vampire Therapist. I'll be quick on 2K24. So it's a really interesting game thus far. Again, it's one of those games that unfortunately sort of I was playing it right around the time that fucking Veilguard was coming out.
No.
So I've only played about an hour and a half of it, but I was really enjoying it. It was it made me feel quite introspective in a decent way, though. Obviously, don't take your therapy from a video game, even if it's a very accurate video game.
Can you give me more like conceit about it?
I honestly thought you'd played this game. Have you not?
I'm not.
Oh
I'm
God!
actually not.
How the fuck did I find this then?
I don't know, but this one missed me entirely.
How did you, I could have sworn I thought you'd played it, and that was how I found it. Okay,
I might have mentioned it to you,
maybe,
but I never played it.
Okay. Basically, you are playing as a cowboy turned vampire who, obviously, you know, when he was first turned, he was a bad dude, basically, you know, a typical cowboy, shooting places up, robbing places, that sort of thing. Typical outlaw. And then he actually started thinking about, you know, who he was, what he wanted out of life, that sort of thing, and actually coming up with, in his own way and in his own language, these, you know, psychological concepts, and he ends up getting in touch with basically this really old vampire who lives in Germany, and like talking to him and basically going, hey, you know, the really old vampire's like, hey, I work as a therapist. You've got the tools to become one as well, so I'm gonna train you a little bit to both, you know, so you can both recognize these concepts in other people, but also, you know, use the proper language for it instead of your fucking cowboyisms.
Yes.
And so it's basically like being a therapist to all of these fucking vampires who, you know, have decades, if not centuries, of baggage. And it happens.
That sounds really fun.
It happens in a German kink nightclub. Yeah. Honestly, as I said, I've played it for an hour and a half.
This thing right up my alley.
Yeah, as I said, I genuinely thought you'd already played this. It's honestly, I'm gonna have to check Discord because I swear I heard about it on Discord. Like, genuinely, I thought you'd played it first, but if not, then yeah, I totally recommend it. I think this game is right up your alley. I genuinely do. And Matt Mercer is the cowboy, I'm fairly sure. If that helps at all.
Yeah.
No, I do recommend this for sure. Definitely recommend this. But yeah, let's move on to what is now our penultimate game, which is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader.
Go too deep into it. Hey, do you like 40k? Do you like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 or Pillars of Eternity? This is that. That's what this is. It's totally consistent, very fun. It's very goofy in the way 40k is.
Yeah.
And also, like, actually grimdark. In the way 40k is.
Yeah.
But it's a good CRPG. It's actually a genuine CRPG.
Good.
Like, the characters push back on you in a real way. It feels like you're inhabiting a real world rather than the bad ones where you're the main force and the characters kind of revolve around you.
Yeah.
It's a bit of push and pull here.
Yeah.
And I like it. Like, you're not going to make the world a truly better place. You're only going to... You may change things slightly.
Yeah.
Which, you know... It's good. It's a good one.
Good.
No other notes.
Alright, let's move on to our final game then, which is WWE 2K24. So, I got this in a fit of work-induced anger impulse, and because I had heard that 2K24 was a significant improvement on the previous 2K games for wrestling. Because I don't think I've gotten one since, I think, 2K17, something like that. And gameplay-wise, it's better, but it's generally around the same sort of thing. What has really gotten me sort of hooked is actually the story modes. I've actually been doing one on the women's side, and it's to the point where I got so invested in these characters, and then I made a choice that I apparently didn't think through hard enough, which turned me into a bad guy and had me turn on on the friends that I'd just been making, which made me very upset. It makes me want to take it back. So, you know, I've got to give the games props for that. For the most part, it's a fairly typical, you know, WWE 2K game. It's got a big roster, to be fair to it. I'll give it that. There's a lot of people you can play as. The character creator is pretty good. Movesets are good. I do wish you could make your own finisher like you could in a game long since past, but it is what it is. And I'm fairly sure they've brought back General Manager mode, which is always a bonus. Nice. If I had anybody to play it with. It's not really a game mode you play on your own, but yeah, that's fine. I don't. I'm not gonna force anyone into buying this fucking game so they can play it with me. But yeah, it's unfortunately a game mode that it's better to play it with somebody else on the other side rather than against a computer. But yeah, no, it's you know, I do think it's a good WWE game.
Yeah, unfortunately, WWE is the sports that I don't touch. Mm-hmm. For better or for worse. So.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, no.
I've unfortunately got the F1 bug, so that's where I'm at now. So that's my personal hell.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a good wrestling game.
There needs to be. This is one of those things, right? Sports games are surprisingly bad.
Yeah.
And it's real frustrating.
I think part of it is that unfortunately game studios have focused in the wrong direction. They've focused in the direction of making both the graphics and to a lesser extent the gameplay as realistic as possible. And they shouldn't have. Honestly, it doesn't matter what it looks like. And to be honest, if we wanted realistic gameplay, we'd just be fucking doing the sport on our own. You know, like what we were saying with Motorsport Manager, we kind of want the craziness that can come from a video game.
Or like you want these people because they are larger than life. You want them to be larger than life.
Yeah.
And because if it's a licensed game, you can't do that without causing them to be slander.
Yeah. But there's also the element of, you know, the amount of physics involved in a lot of these sports. Certainly rugby is so hard because you've got to program AI for 30 fucking players, as well as, you know, the bounce of the fucking rugby ball. Yeah, Jack.
So, I think the solution is simple. Just make sure they have a master's degree in physics, and all the video game designers will definitely get it 100% right.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing I found with the fucking volleyball game that I bought. After I fucking binged Haikyuu, thinking, yay, volleyball. The physics in it sucks.
I'm just upset that we haven't gotten more good anime sports games.
Yeah.
You would think that's an easy win. We're like superpowered sports. you know?
Yeah.
A la NBA
You could
Jam.
have Captain Tsubasa, Prince of Tennis, Ice Shield, shit like that.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm surprised there hasn't been an Eye Shield one, to be fair.
Yeah, Ice Shield and Kuroko's Basket seem like the most natural ones for a game adaptation.
To be
But
fair, Eye Shield has gotten fucking games, but I just don't know. I just don't think any of them have really come over to the West, is the thing.
That does not surprise me.
And that's the issue. You know, some of these sports series are getting video games; they're just not getting localized. Because I think Haikyuu got a couple of video games that just never got localized.
That
But
tracks.
it, like, even just like games like NBA Jam.
Yeah. No, it sucks. It does, and it's, you know, it is very frustrating as somebody who is, you know, a fan of so many fucking anime sports series.
I mean, same. Like, I really love those games, like those sorts of anime. I love kind of the nonsense that comes with it.
Yeah.
Like, anime fans love a tournament arc. What is a sports series if not a giant tournament arc?
Come on, Bandai Namco, stop making fucking arena fighters and make us a good sports game.
Honestly, though,
Do you think they would really do that?
No, of course they won't.
Cowards, all
Yeah.
of them.
They are. Like they're not willing to take that chance. So
Yeah, like I said, cowards, all of them.
but yeah, we should probably wrap this up because we now have hit 4 hours because we spent at least an hour talking about Veilguard.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think it's both game of the year.
I'm pretending to be shocked here, but
It made us feel things, Jack.
Yeah.
I cried.
I know.
Hey, Jack, we are, as I said, we are 100% gonna do a playthrough on stream. Gonna play as a mage and make some, and that's the other thing about Veilguard that I'm looking forward to. I'm probably actually going to make different choices than my first playthrough, just not something I usually do with Dragon Age games.
Same.
That's wild, honestly.
The fact that Bill and I are both considering that is actually impressive for a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this... Have you... Like, on TikTok, there's a sound where it's like, this is Reginald. He's a purebred Haversham Doberman, blah, blah, blah. You paid $2,000 and we're on the way to this for 3 years to get him. These are my babies, Chonko and Fat Fuckass. I found them in the dumpster and I love them more than life itself.
Yeah.
Dragon Age is the latter of that.
Yeah, no, I mean it's the epitome of that fucking Top Gear clip. Jeremy Clarkson is of course a fucknut, but he had it in the right when he was saying, "Look, this car, the Ford Fiesta, infinitely the better car than the one that I've brought, infinitely, but I like the one that I've brought."
Yeah, it is up and how it goes.
There's something special about a game like this.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's not the best game. It's not. But it is.
So
good
would
game.
you say it has the sauce?
Yes.
Yeah. And
That's all I need to know.
And that sauce is made by Lucanus because he doesn't trust Harding in the kitchen.
Should trust Harding in the kitchen. Harding should trust Harding in the kitchen.
Still going strong, I see.
We're about to.
Looks like there's,
We're about to finish. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed. In terms of future stuff, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, as always. Next Thursday will be the Media of 2024 stream, so look forward to that.
Still on day
Gonna be a
2.
thick one.
I'm still only on day 2.
I just started like day 5 just last night. I am not much farther ahead of you. I'm not even halfway through the fucking book yet. God.
But yes, again, thank you for watching. Please do give us a follow here on Twitch and all that YouTube stuff.
Like and subscribe, comment down below. Please press that bell icon.
And otherwise, hopefully, we'll see you on Saturday. Good night.
Hey,
Later.